Can you talk?
Yes, I can talk. Trade.
After that, I can check to my phone because I have
Yeah,
connected to
yeah,
the
yeah.
system.
Okay.
I can raise the voice and loud the voice.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
now I'm leaving open, but
Yeah.
and you can go. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, it's no problem.
Okay. Okay. So now everybody can hear me. Wow. I can go around. Oh, that's wonderful. I like it. Everybody can hear me when I go around the room. Is that true? Does anybody confirm? And now it's back on again. Wonderful. Really wonderful. Okay. Test, 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 test. Yeah, should be. Philip,
Yes.
should I, now that everything sort of changes,
No, aber da muss ich mein Haar. I'm good, thank you. All good. Ich hatte gestern noch eine Verletzung als Abschluss. Ja, ich hatte eine Verletzung, ich hatte eine Beule, siehst du das? Ich habe mich angehauen dort an dieser Lampe und ich wäre fast in Ohnmacht gefallen.
das ist das Briefing, mit dem hat er sich auf dem Weg dahin von Fahrrad gesamten Plan
Ja, ich habe es gemerkt.
umgeworfen.
Ja, gut, aber improvisieren.
Ja. Soll ich diese Fragen trotzdem
Du
in
kannst-
den Raum werfen?
Du kannst sagen, to warm up,
Ja.
or to motivate,
Ja.
so in die Richtung, yeah, we should come up with some thoughts in which direction the discussion should go. So
Ja.
you probably have questions, but if not, here are some of the guidelines for the projects and the projects deal with. They
Yeah,
deal with
yeah.
gender aspects, they deal with aspects of digitalization. They want to increase your revenue. This is wichtig. Sind implementing organization. In the audience, you have Mr. Castellis und McGuire as the donors. Weil die werden uns wahrscheinlich mit Fragen löchern. Und ich habe gesagt, schon einige, wahrscheinlich einige der Fragen, die werden sich an die Donor richten. Die Donor entscheiden über die Policy, wie es geht, wie sind die Durchführer.
Deswegen war die Idee ja auch, dass alles
Vor 3 Jahren.
okay.
Aber die Leute unzufrieden waren mit dem Kommissar Hahn damals, der sehr stark ein Medium gepusht hat, ein serbisches, das, ja, also in die Richtung kann. Also diese Veranstaltung hat schon eine Vorgeschichte.
Ja.
Ich bin zum ersten Mal da, aber
Ich auch.
ja, vielleicht das erste noch letzte Mal. Mal schauen.
Ich glaube, mit anderes werde ich nicht mehr zusammenarbeiten.
Es ist einfach.
So kann ich nicht arbeiten.
Ja, aber da gibt es noch einige
weiß.
einfachere Leute, unter Anführungszeichen, in der Kommission. Die sind jetzt nicht mehr bei Ihnen.
Ich weiß.
Oh, we've been in touch. I'm Philip, probably one of the 100 people.
Yeah.
Thank you for your help in organizing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5, but we need one more.
Yeah, I sit here, but
Where do we sit? Because Shannon and Andres cannot. We don't have.
yeah, but now, of course,
They're standing.
We are coming from audience.
You're coming from the audience.
look, okay, well, let's see. Let's see. Ja. Implement. Goodness, very seriously.
Ladies and gentlemen and dear partners, let me today informally to welcome you to our pre-event and the conference, informally for two reasons. Because the formal opening of the conference will follow after midday break, and informally also on a personal basis, because it's really my great pleasure after such a long break, more than 2 years, to meet in person many good partners with whom we have worked for years. Let me shortly explain the setup of this so-called workshop and explain why these people are sitting here on the stage and what they are doing outside the conference. In fact, the people you see represent, or rather implement, three most important interventions in support of media freedom in the Western Balkans currently underway. Let's start, as said in the program, with our newest media assistance program in support of media sustainability sector of industry, which is implemented by GIZ, German Development Agency, together with media implementation organization, media development organization, Internews, and Deutsche Welle Academy, which is known. So what is new about this program, and why I wish really to this program to be discussed with stakeholders from the media community? So far, traditional approach, very largely in media support implemented by the European Union, it has been project-based, treating media as clever, useful implementers or even tools in terms of deploying communication projects of different nature. In itself, it's nothing wrong. You cannot do these projects only without addressing real needs of media in terms of their increased sustainability. And this project-based approach didn't work. Our approach is based on the partnerships with aspiring independent media organizations, either already established or still in their development phase. Address their real needs, address them directly without referring to any artificial or not that artificial projects. You might remember the Western Balkan media days having discussed business sustainability models three years in a row. But in fact, so say no model will help to achieve sustainability if there will be no quality media product. So this is a major condition to have successful business, and then you can look for appropriate business model. Therefore, our newest program has two tranches. One is indeed to look into business management issues of media outlet partner, and other is to aspire to modern and attractive content production. Then we have also on the stage EED, the European Endowment for the Democracy. The endowment is known by many of you, and its activities in media support are very much appreciated. But I have to underline that the European Commission, the European Union, is the biggest single donor for endowments activities in the Western Balkans in media support. So it's our grant money, which is cleverly used by endowment, where classical European Union's programs are not as effective. Then, I'm really proud of our new program, but in designing it and implementing it, we are not necessarily super original. But I think not originality as important as efficiency. We have very much analyzed and modeled possible intervention and analyzed existing models in media for media support, and then we came to conclusions that all the existing BMAP model, Balkan Media Assistance Program, is very good to be replicated. Too good to be replicated also because I think there is much more space to accommodate two programs of the comparable programs of the same type against the backdrop of the media needs in the Western Balkans. And the second, so why I also am very pleased to have BMAP people here with us today, is that this is a point on donor coordination. Against the backdrop of scarcity of available money for media support, it's important that donors coordinate very closely down to the assistance coordination of assistance of the level of individual beneficiaries, so that no money is wasted. And therefore, I'm very glad to have with us today Shannon Maguire, USAID Washington, who is very much responsible for successful putting in place and the implementation of BMAP program. So Shannon, if you please.
Thank you so much, Andres, and thank you for the invitation to speak today. I'm Shannon Maguire from USAID's Eurasia Bureau in Washington. And I'll talk a little bit about BMAP, although, I know we want to get to the panel, so I'll keep this very short. When I started with USAID in Washington in 2015, the landscape was very bleak. So a lot of donors had sort of either closed some of their programs or really decreased the funding, the support, especially for independent media in the Western Balkans. Our USAID missions had ended their media programs, or there was only one program that was still around, and that was set to close. And so it was kind of a pretty bad situation. And when I started, I said, well, maybe I'll design a new program. There's no money, but maybe we can design a program and the money will come after that. And that was 2015. By 2016, our budget has started to increase again for the full region, Eastern Partnership, Western Balkans. And so we kind of got lucky and there was an opportunity. So I said, well, I have this design ready. And then after that, our USAID missions also had started to design bilateral media programs again. So we started to increase our presence again when it comes to media sector support in the Western Balkans. But we knew maybe this was just a short opportunity. So, we were looking at how to do that in a very targeted way. And so when I did the design, it was really focused on financial viability and sustainability to really address the capture by political and financial elites in the region. So it's a very targeted program, and it was because we didn't know what the resources would be. Luckily, the resources have increased. It's not enough, but it's increased so that we can see sort of results from the first iteration of BMAP. So I'll really quickly go over BMAP forward and then just talk about some of the results from BMAP 1, the first version of the program. So the Balkan Media Assistance Program, the goal is to strengthen the competitiveness of the independent media sector in the Western Balkans in the local and regional marketplace. And we aim to do that by improving the sustainability of the sector through creative partnerships and collaboration. There's 3 objectives for BMAP Forward. The first is to strengthen the financial viability of key media partner outlets to better understand their markets and their audiences and improve their newsroom management, newsroom governance, and financial viability of the outlets. The second is to produce data-driven content to widen engagement with audience, to widen audience reach and then deepen the engagement with their audiences. And the third is really focused on partnerships. Andres mentioned, the importance of partnerships. The third objective is to really work through partnerships to address problems, common challenges and problems through partnerships with the private sector, the commercial creative sector, and also the technology sector. And BMAP Forward, and it's a long title, BMAP Forward. So it's Balkan Media Assistance Program, has all the buzzwords to foster organizational readiness while advancing resilient development. So a long title. It's the follow-on to BMAP 1. BMAP Forward is a 5-year program. It started earlier this year in February, and it ends in 2027. It's a $10 million commitment. We might be able to increase that. We hope we can. And it operates in 5 countries, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Kosovo, Montenegro, North Macedonia, and Serbia. And it really builds on the impact under BMAP 1. And I'll just quickly kind of highlight some of those because for us, that was BMAP 1 was proof of concept that putting investment into this area has results and it can work. So under BMAP 1, we worked very intensively with 11 partners across 5 countries, and we're able to increase audience size by over 100%. So increasing from 7.3 million to 14.8 million. We also improved capacity of the key media partner outlets by an average of 15%, helped increase revenue by more than 1,000%, and even helped 3 large partners avoid potential closure or bankruptcy. Second area of impact is fostering partnerships. So BMAP helped facilitate MASI, the Media Association of Southeast Europe, helped foster cross-border content collaboration. Journal, for example, did some amazing reporting on the energy sector in the region. And also helped create a joint TV news program across the region by Oslobodzenie, Koha, and VSD. Third area of impact was getting good content out. So the partners we work with have been producing really amazing content for a long time. Amplification or getting those to other audiences and broadening the reach of the content was sometimes a challenge. So one example of that was Creek, amazing outlet that we all are familiar with. They did some really great reporting on the Pandora Papers. But sometimes, that can reach just a more specialized audience or a more niche audience. So BMAP Forward, I think, because of the work they had done with the outlet on its social media presence, actually the story that they wrote for the Pandora Papers ended up being viewed more than 700,000 times compared to about 215,000 for a more typical story that they would put out in the prior 2 months before that. So it was really, really amazing. And then finally, the fourth area of impact is coverage of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. A lot of our partners, what was wonderful was they were really the first to send correspondents, to send reporters into Ukraine to cover the conflict, which is a pretty big achievement. Even compared to some of the broadcasting outlets, larger broadcasting outlets in their countries. And that's really important to ensure, an independent perspective and reporting on the war in Ukraine. So I'll stop there. BMAP Forward is building on those really impressive results. And I do want to also just recognize that impact was not possible without the support of other donors that we've, including EED, NED, our partnership with them. Of course, the media partner outlets themselves and all the hard work and time and energy that they put in. Also, our USAID missions through their work through bilateral programs that really help increase the impact of the regional program. And then finally, of course, the Internews team. So I look forward to the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shannon, and thank you very much, Andres, for this introduction words. And a very, very warm welcome from my side too, to this workshop. It's still called a workshop. It's rather sort of, well, we have called it also Thinking Together, and that is what it is really meant to be about. My name is Olaf Bruns, and it's really an immense pleasure to see all of you again reunited after these years of pandemic. It will be also my pleasure not only to moderate this session, but the entire conference. So you will see me around for today and for tomorrow. Now, we have thought to sort of open this this session. I'm hesitating to call it a panel because it's really about your questions. We open it with a few questions. I then introduce our distinguished speakers, panelists, answers to your questions. And then afterwards already, we will very quickly open to your questions. Now you've heard from the donor side, and afterwards you will be, you have the implementing side rather for your questions, and that is what it's all about. But we have thought to introduce this whole thing with our questions, a sort of guideline questions. Not all of these questions have an immediate sort of answer. We rather thought like, let them sink in, keep them at the back of your mind during the session, but keep them at the back of your mind also during the entire conference. And then, yes, afterwards, you will hear about the speakers. Here are the questions to consider, to keep in the back of your minds, and perhaps to guide your questions that you can ask afterwards to our speakers. What do you see as the main challenge to economic sustainability of independent media in the Western Balkans? How do you see yourself or the media you represent in, well, let's say 3-4 years economically? Do you think that media in the region are moving at the same speed as political propaganda structures in terms of the upgrade that is needed digitally, technologically, at least to be able to compete with these propaganda structures and to be able to challenge their manipulations? In your opinion, what role could innovation in the media play for the sustainability of your media outlet, other media outlets also, to be understood in terms of the formats you're using, but also the content or the ways of distributing the content? And of course, always alongside the quality of your content. Do you feel challenged by social media that come up with new formats, new ways of packaging content at breathtaking speed, and that increasingly manage to attract younger audiences? Do you sometimes feel you need to prioritize these younger audiences when you're delivering content to somehow try to compete with social media? Do you agree that when we talk about the coverage of gender topics, we focus primarily on covering domestic violence, on human trafficking? Why is it that gender issues are always related to women being the victims, and we're talking to them only when they are victims? Is there anything that can be done to it? And what? What might be the challenges to making media in the region cooperate, exchange information, sources, and publish together on topics of regional interest? Is regional cooperation something that you all, that media in the region, could be interested in? Well, that's a bit the guiding questions. Keep them in the back of your minds. I think there is an interference coming. I hear a bit of sound. No, that's good. But then we will be absolutely sure that you have your questions on your own to the panelists. So let me introduce them. We have, I was about to reintroduce Andres. It's already spoken. We have Filip Radunovic from the German Agency for International Cooperation, the GIZ. We have Daro Glavaš from Internews Network. Marija Sosic from the European Endowment for Democracy, and equally from the European Endowment for Democracy, Krenagashi. So please give a very warm welcome to our panelists, and then it's you. And then it's already open to you and your questions. Is there anybody who wants to start with a question? They're here to answer your questions. That's what they're here. We have almost an hour left for your questions. Please, over there. I think there's a micro in the room.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Brianna Bino from the Safe Journalist Network. I had a practical question, maybe the opportunity for learning a little bit more about the BMAP program and why it is not implemented in Albania. Thank you.
Who can answer this? Are there any volunteers on this side also?
BMAP, oh yeah, now you can hear me. Since about BMAP and forward, let me start with a few very, let's say, formal explanations. So as far as I know, the reason why Albania was not initially in a program design and why it's not in a program design for the next 5 years is because there was no USAID activities and no USAID mission in Albania. So the reason was very, very formal. It's not about any other considerations. It's not about thinking that the media environment in Albania is mature enough and it does not need support. Of course, it's not, and of course it needs support. But the reason, as I mentioned, is a very, very formal one. Although we are looking forward to cooperate with our partners in GIZ, because Albania is part of the, and media in Albania are part of the GIZ program. So if not directly, then we will address the problems of the media environment in Albania indirectly through the cooperation with GIZ partners and the ED, of course.
Thank you, Robert. Are there any more questions? You really have this, lady and gentlemen, here for you to answer your questions. So really, really take the opportunity to answer your questions, to raise your questions first, for them to answer your questions.
But if I may, before any seeing any hands up for the questions, I know that we'll have a bit of time later on to talk a bit more about our programs, which I would just like to say that it's so good to see all of you finally at one place in one conference room after all these years, after actually basically 3 years. But as just as a short introduction, and maybe as an incentive for you to ask questions, or to be more active in asking questions. When I remember 3 years ago, I think it was 3 years ago when we had the last Western Balkans media days in Podgorica, right? In Podgorica. And when you compare nowadays with what we had 3 years ago, with now it sounds and it looks like a really very distant past. So we were discussing problems in Podgorica, problems of the media environment in the Western Balkans. We were aware of these problems, but if I may say, we then lived still in a kind of linear world. We know the problems. We didn't know actually the magnitude in which the problems were involved, but we were aware of problems. In the past 2 or 3 years, 2.5 years, with COVID, and then with the war in Ukraine, the world is not linear anymore. So even the unthinkable things have become very thinkable. I mean, try to imagine 2 years ago discussion about using tactical nuclear weapons, for example. Okay, it has nothing to do with the media, but I want to say the world just turned upside down with all the consequences of media. do think about COVID and consequences of COVID. Now it seems like a past. But in the first year of COVID, advertising markets in the region dropped by almost by 40% in some countries, 40%. It's impossible to compensate loss of 40%. You can hire the best possible manager in the world, but it's impossible to compensate for such a loss. In the meantime, we had pretty aggressive approach of some, should I say, potent investors, but investors with a very, very hybrid market political agenda, and we have to be aware of that as well. War in Ukraine have changed the map of the, not only change of the map of the Western Balkans, but has put many certainties under the question mark. Then, as one almost a direct consequence of the war in Ukraine, malign foreign influence, which is ever more present in the region. So these are just a few topics, a few questions, a few ideas that actually I would like to discuss it with you formally or informally in this next couple of days. But this is also something that has created a completely, not completely, but a pretty much new environment for independent media in the region. And these are the problems and issues that I would like to address on the moving forward. I'm sorry for taking too much of the time.
I would take that ball and play it back to everybody. Are we really in a post-COVID reality now? Have your media recovered still already? How do you see this sort of post-COVID moment we're in now? To what extent your experiences with media in the region, maybe you could tell a bit.
Thank you. I'll just say a few words since I'm new to this regional media family. It's for my first presence, and as I believe most of you know my colleagues on the podium, and I just misuse the opportunity to say a few words about myself. For the last 6 years, I was based in Sarajevo, and I was working for GIZ on the promotion of EU integration, which is somehow, as you know, quite stuck somewhere in between different obstacles on the political level on the one hand. On the other hand, when it comes to media freedom, is something what I was working on in my previous positions, private foundation positions, and I'm glad that I'm meeting some of you back after so many years. And right now, when we look at this program, EU for Sustainable Media program, which was just introduced at the beginning of this year, as very similar to BMAP, as it was raised in the beginning, the core is raising competitiveness of selected media outlets, and that's what we do throughout our public calls. That's what we aim to do with the selection of the first 20 plus strategic partners. And that's what we aim to do over our calls, which are our second call for qualitative and innovative journalism, which is right now going on. So I've misused this opportunity also to do a little bit promotion for our call. And I would most kindly drag your attention to our wb6media.eu homepage. Please take a look. Please be very straightforward and apply, because the call is targeting rather local and regional media outlets in all the 6 Western Balkan economies / countries, sorry for saying so. Since I'm also working for a German implementing agency. And I have to also to emphasize the role of the German state in this, because it's mainly EU-funded action initiated and conceptualized in close collaboration with our colleagues from Brussels, but also our colleagues and my direct supervisors from Berlin have been also quite closely engaged, together also with the Deutsche Welle Academy and Internews when we conceptualized the program. One thing, or to come back to your question about COVID, I was wondering, because if I look in the audience, we have here around 100 plus experts from the media sector and journalists and professionals. So don't take it bad if I say that we have almost 1 millennia of journalistic experience and professionalism in this room. So I was wondering why we have to initiate some questions to you, but I liked, Olaf, your first question when you asked, where do you see yourselves in 3 to 4 years? What do you see, your revenues, and where do you see basically the future of independent and professional media in this region? And this is something I would like to hear from you, because in the end, being new to this field and having a great team of colleagues working with, I'm really curious to hear your opinion, to hear your concerns, to hear what are the demands from the market. And as you know, we are right now in the midst of finalizing the business plans for our first more than 20 strategic partners. And for us, it's really important to have a high-level dialogue with you to see what you expect from us, and then to come to, the most common ground and most common understanding about the support for the next 2.5, 3 years. And also, as a footnote, as I've heard, a good news from Brussels that at least the Commission has done a great job by already programming within the IPA funds follow-up for this section. And this is, I think, a great sign as well. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and a lot of food for thought and for questions. I think the perspective, but also something you could immediately apply to. Go on the website, indeed. But how are, perhaps not only questions, but also your experiences? How are economic perspectives for media in the region in like a short term? We said 3-4 years. Well, could you guys perhaps develop a bit how you work and at what stage in the implementation you're at?
I'll try to also connect you to your first question and with the pandemic, but also maybe just doing a bit of recap of EED, and then Maria can add and complement me furthermore. So as some of you know, and connecting to what Andris was saying earlier, the European Union and the member states actually have a variety of instruments, from regional programs to the civil society and media support, to the support that the member states provide. And at EED, we have a bit of a peculiar program, which basically we are meant to work as a flexible complementary tool, meaning that we can provide support to the media that wouldn't be able to get support from other existing instruments of the member states and the European Union institutions. But related to the pandemic, when COVID happened, suddenly Maria and I and our colleagues found ourselves basically in a situation where, because of what Davor mentioned, the huge downfall in revenues, suddenly a lot of media outlets were eligible to apply for our support, because we have also the third flexibility. We have this rapid response. We are able to decide on our applications a bit better. But then relating to that, we are currently not out and not over of the pandemic crisis, because the markets have not recovered and revenues are not going up. And some of the media, unfortunately, had to shut down or to lose staff and to cut several operations. And of course, there's just as much as we could have done at the time through quick interventions, through rapid responses, and just basically keeping some of the key media actors alive. But now, whilst we are thinking that we might have gone outside of the pandemic and in terms of health and other obstacles, like we're meeting in person at last, the same doesn't really reflect when it comes to media revenues. And then we are facing with the problems that we had wrapped up in Podgorica EU Media Days some 3 years ago, which spoke of a very sort of oversaturated media markets in all 6 Western Balkan countries, having more than 2,000 media serving a population of less than 20 million. Then, of course, in order to add to media pluralism and independence, facing the trend of highly politicized and commercially charged politicized media, which really makes little room for sustainability. And then, of course, the old problem that we've summarized: lack of professionalism, lack of good environment for journalism, threats against journalism, and so on. And then we've got the new problems, something which Davor briefly mentioned on, with more and more unloyal media being set up, be that for political purposes or for commercial purposes, or even for propaganda purposes, direct, influence of foreign propaganda. Then we have another sort of new problem in the room, and that is the audience behavior and the role that the social media play now. We live in a whole different world from 4 years ago, because less and less of us actually go to a medium to get the news. We get the news from the social media and from a very weird market of the social media, where independent media and those inducing propaganda compete for your attention. So this is the overall situation we're dealing with. And then I would also add some isms to it. If we look at the problems nowadays in the media, we've got a bit of sensationalism, a lot of sexism, and a lot of nationalism, and these sort of set up the problem area. At ED, what we try to do is we basically try to help those media in need, in particular time, as long as they couldn't get the support from other existing instruments of the EU.
Yeah, maybe to add some could be interesting fact. We did a lot during COVID with support to media, especially thanks to the grant that we got from the delegation of the European Union in Serbia. And we managed really to help many local smaller media to survive. However, recently we did the internal evaluation of the media program concretely in Serbia, and the results showed that in fact media were in the same problem even before COVID. So yes, COVID made it more difficult to everyone, but the position of media was not better, especially to the smaller one, to the local one, in fact. And in some countries more than in the others, even before. So when we talk about post-COVID, in fact, all those that was like a mere survival during COVID is now again still the case. And I'm just happy to say that we do have more money now to try to go a bit beyond mere survival and to see together what we can do that it's really making a bit more impact on the society. And from what we talked yesterday and what we talk always is that ED is not a media development organization. So for business development, for everything, we can give some support to complement the other development programs. However, the perspective from which we look is really democracy development and real impact that can be made. So in that sense, yeah, media development is important. We want you to be more sustainable. However, not to put in the second place the importance of the content production. The rest, I think you know better than us. I mean, what is happening in the region and what are the problems you have to face.
Maria and Claire, thank you very much. And any reactions to this straight away? Yes, please. The lady here, this microphone. Could you bring the microphone there? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tiana. I come from Raskrinkavanje, which is a website that does fact-checking in Bosnia. And I think you gave a wonderful diagnosis of a lot of problems that the media are facing. But there's, I think, a stronger point to be made about the impact of social media. And not just social media, but generally tech platforms as, on one hand, a platform to gain visibility for the media, but more so as an advertisement platforms that have created jointly, I would say, that have created a system of incentives for the media to not be quality information producing outlets, but rather clickbaiting, sensationalist, business models. So this is something that I see. I in no way want to take away from anything that has been done to help the media survive, especially those doing investigative journalism. That is super important because we have so little of that. But helping individual media can only get us so far, because the commercial success right now depends largely on how well you adjust to this advertisement model, which is toxic and very dangerous for democracy, because it incentivizes, again, not being a watchdog in your society, but being a producer of clickable content. And that's not journalism. So unfortunately, that's not journalism, because the tech companies have also managed to a large degree to cultivate the audience in a way that it doesn't expect that anymore. It expects things that kind of drive instant emotional engagement. So for you as donors and for you as actors who kind of think in like large scale on what's needed to make the media sustainable, I think what's needed is to help them, out of the market that kind of drives them to the lowest common denominator, which is what's happening, has been happening for a while. So if there's any suggestion to be made, which is definitely not an easy thing to do, but from my viewpoint, the suggestion would be support research of this, support advocacy for the large tech platforms to change their behavior, to change their incentive systems, to change their algorithms so that they reward quality information rather than clickable content, which is, I'm sure, much easier said than done, but I'm also sure that it's not impossible to do. So advocacy on the part of the EU member states, the EU as such, the European Commission, things have already been happening there, and we're watching this from the sidelines. But we are seeing some pledges being made in the Code of Practice Against Disinformation that would make world of difference if they would be implemented in the EU, but also in the Western Balkans, where the tech companies do not have any pledge to do any of these things, but they should be. So these are the things that I think should be pushed for from the donor perspective and the perspective of people who are interlocutors between, or could be between the tech companies and the media and the fact checkers and people who deal with this information. So this would be my general comment, and something that we have a network of fact checkers called CCheck in the Western Balkan region. And this is something that we repeatedly see as one of the major things to be changed if any of this is going to become sustainable, and if we're going to really kind of think further into the future and create the media environment that is going to be quality, it's going to produce quality things and nurture journalism rather than, copy and paste clickbaiting. So yeah, that's for me.
Tiana, thank you very much. I think this relates also to your isms, and I would like to add a fourth ism, which is clickbaitism. It's perhaps an ugly word, but it's, I think, seen the level of how it dominates media and the ascendance it has over media. It's like one of the real serious threats. Can projects tackle this?
Of course, we cannot resolve all of these problems. Here we are to support as much as we can, but we have to be aware that we have very limited resources available. When I'm talking to my colleagues, that I'm just saying that, for example, our combined budgets are equal to 0.1% of the budget used by only one of these potent hybrid investors, which I mentioned earlier, 0.1%. Does that not mean that we are looking for any kind of justification or excuses for not addressing issues that you had just mentioned? Before, when I said that impact of the COVID, I don't want to be completely pessimistic, and this is not actually, we're not here to spread any pessimistic views. We are not overly optimistic about, but let's say we are realistic. So when I mentioned the impact of the COVID, COVID impacted much more those media who were quite close to the level of self-sustainability before the pandemics, because one of our partners, for example, they make 97% of their income by themselves. Of course, when you lost 40% advertising market, that this is almost an unbearable situation. But let's look at the positive side. So you also mentioned some of these things, COVID, and in post-COVID period, I hope that we are in post-COVID. I'm not sure yet, but I hope that we are in post-COVID period right now. But COVID has actually intensified this process of migration to online media, from legacy media to online media. This is by itself a huge opportunity for most of you actually to capitalize on the fact that more and more audience are moving towards the online media, even in terms of advertising revenue. So we can see the shift when it comes to advertising revenue. We can see the shift from the traditional media, like for example TV, or to a lesser degree print. More and more percentage of advertising revenue goes to the online media, which is an opportunity for all of those who are present primarily in a web environment. Of course, we are aware that even the increase in online audience does not necessarily reflects into the increase of the advertising revenue. We are aware of the problems with the big tech companies. We are doing our best actually to help and to support. But if I may say, just if I may add one more sentence to introduction that Shannon Maguire did about BMAP Forward. All these key elements, these three key elements that you mentioned, from supporting media outlets in creating as sustainable as possible business models, in supporting media reaching out to new audiences, in supporting media in organizing and exploring options of networking among themselves, and networking with the non-traditional partners such as an IT companies, for example, creative IT sector. All of that is to be used as a platform for quality journalism. We do not want to sacrifice quality in order to get more clicks or in order to increase the revenue. Quality of the content is the key. But I haven't addressed all the issues that you mentioned. Some of these have to do with even it's about a global problem, as we know, and global phenomena. I mean, how to deal with the big tech companies. I mean, they are stronger than 2/3 of the individual countries by themselves in financial and political terms. So this is a real problem. But Shannon, would you like to add something? Or yeah.
Thank you. No, I completely agree. I mean, I think we need to change the incentive structure, change the model itself. And actually what I wanted to say is it's not maybe for this discussion, but to just briefly mention, USAID has a new program that will come online soon as part of the Summit for Democracy deliverable called the Media Viability Accelerator. And it's programs like BMAP, it's programs like our USAID media programming in Serbia, working with joint industry committees to try to address this very problem. So that, you know, I think too much we focus on things like corporate social responsibility, or sort of trying to convince advertising companies and the industry that it's in their, it's in their social, it's part of their corporate social responsibility. And what we need to do is actually just change the incentive structure itself, work with the tech, against the tech companies to fight this and change the incentive structure. So the Media Viability Accelerator has a component that is focusing on ethical advertising, working with, much more intensively with brands and the technology companies. So it will be a new program, but again, it's inspired by programs like BMAP, strengthening media systems, and our media innovation activity in Serbia, also our work in Moldova and other places. So, but I agree with you. It's something that we really need to at least try to tackle.
Shannon, if I may just add a question, the whole question of content moderation on social media is very much always based on the English language, which is, of course, dominant in the internet. Smaller the language is, and I'm not speaking about Spanish here or something, but smaller the language is, less it is of a topic, less it is controlled, less are people. How can we tackle this?
I do not have the answer to that. So
That's very,
Andres, did you want to try? Yeah.
Yeah, well, I have few words to say. I'm so very thankful for the flagging. It's a very important issue. And probably Davor is right. So pointing at amount of our disposal to help media here in the Western Balkans and beyond. But this issue should be viewed in the wider context. Eventually, Western Balkan countries are accession candidates. And so the European Union, and you will hear it very soon in the opening speech by our director for Western Balkans, has been accelerated incredibly its efforts to address issues of freedom of expression and media within the European Union. Nothing like this happened 5 years ago. It's an incredible development and very, very important and many policy and legislative proposals have been made during the approximately 1 year, prepared by the group of commissioners led by Vice President Jourova. Unfortunately, our media conference takes in parallel with the annual news media forum in Brussels today. And I'm pretty sure that issue raised by you, it is on agenda. I'm not aware of a detailed agenda. So what I wanted to say, this issue flagged by you should be dealt with within the framework of inter-union. And so, but it's very good so that we can now feed in into our internal discussions and have sufficient, probably sufficient funding to do research, to engage with these big tech platforms. Because if it's only so DG near, so it's nothing. But if the Commission comes as representing the European Union, it's a different weight and different game. So that I wanted to add what Arshana already said. Thank you.
Just add to the confusion a bit.
You were earlier indeed. So first you and then you.
Yeah, I'll just try to add a bit to the confusion. So
Well, that's
one of the massive tech companies that was actually doing a good job was Twitter. They were sanctioning the president of the United States and suspending his account when he was obviously disseminating propaganda. And that whole progress of Twitter in the realm of the big tech companies is now being reversed with a single act of acquisition by Elon Musk, who is now on the name of freedom of speech, going to basically reverse the whole policy and allow for more hate and more propaganda and so on. Now, to get back to the real realm and how we do it, I'm going to be quick. Is it really ethical, let's say for us, to use the European taxpayers' money to support the media, small media in the Balkans, to pay for advertisements in Facebook and Twitter and Instagram so they can reach more audience? This is something that we've discussed. But in the times where we live, and this is more of a sort of uncertainty times, we have to do everything, whatever it takes, to enable that model of journalism. And I'm not saying media, I'm saying journalism, because at the endowment, we look at journalism as part of democracy, media as pro-democracy actors. And we only talk of media that produce journalism because there are media that produce entertainment. So I think that we are really living in this tumultuous time when things will not be really well known and radical changes might happen. And we have to be ready to adjust and to see what is the models that work best for a given short period of time. Sorry for making it long.
Thank you very much. Jasna first and the gentleman over there afterwards.
Thank you so much. Just to add, maybe the point. My name is Jasna Jelisic. I'm head of the Western Balkans Task Force at the Strategic Communication Division of the European External Action Service, which is a diplomatic service of the European Union, and we actually have been leading this effort on building resilience of the EU member states to fight disinformation that Tiena raised at the beginning. And what I really wanted us to kind of while we are discussing how to support media in the Western Balkans, to also understand that apart from providing funds, the EU is also adding value in trying really to deal with this issue systematically. You might know that the code of practice started at the EU level that systematically engaged big tech on this dialogue. It's very difficult for the Western Balkans to get the attention of the big tech companies, but the EU proved to be able to do it. But what I, maybe just to share with this audience, with all of you, because it's important for the media community to understand that. So far, it was about self-regulation. And self-regulation of the big tech got us this far, which in our view is not very far. That is why we now have Digital Service Act that has been adopted in the pipeline. There are transitionary period in which big tech will not be only self-regulated, but regulated. So let's see how that goes and how that regulation goes. And I'm sure that the EU will go further as needed. But this is something that is important also for you as journalists in the Western Balkans to understand. We absolutely know that media operators in the EU member states or in the Western Balkans or in the global south or any other part of the world will be able to bring big tech to discuss anything, but the EU can. Honestly, I hope, it sounds boring, but it's crucially important. GDPR discussions at the beginning were not very attractive, but the EU regulation of the protection of personal data online became a global norm. So we have this normative power, which is not unimportant. So while we are discussing, and maybe today we focus how best we support media, their sustainability, the gaps that are important, have trust that we are also working on these global issues that Tiana brought to our attention that are very, very important. Not least that also Media Freedom Act, EU Media Freedom Act has been drafted to deal with the systematic problems. Again, a regulation, not self-regulation, that among other things is aiming to introduce that the investors in media or owners of media do not automatically control the newsrooms, which is very important. This is a big debate that we will have in the EU, but it's a good thing because whatever at the end is adopted at the EU level has to be downloaded in the legal systems of the Western Balkans because these are accession countries, as Andris mentioned. It would help media community to defend itself. So it's unattractive to cover, but please stay in the loop on these developments because this is part of, this is a multi-layered problem and requires actions at different levels. Some of them are self-regulatory, some of them are regulatory for the big tech, and I fully agree. And I also had these dilemmas, the business model has to be changed, not us spending EU taxpayers' money to beat the algorithm. There is also Artificial Intelligence Act coming up. So the EU is really taking the lead together in collaboration with our partners globally to push where we can, where maybe individual media operators or the individual regions would not be able to do so. So that's what I wanted to contribute.
Well, thank you very much. And just to connect that to very recent news, of course, as you already mentioned, Twitter, this is where self-regulation has brought us, of course. But there was a gentleman over there who asked for the microphone. It's coming.
Thank you. I'm Vasko Petrevski from North Macedonia, 360 degrees. I fully support my colleague from Raskrinkavanje. I think this is the main point of this session today. Thank you for this. I think it's the right thing to name the problems with the right words. And for North Macedonia, I can say that the sustainability of a good quality journalism on a commercial basis is a mission impossible. Full stop. So my question is for Mr. Kesteris and Ms. Maguire. Why good quality content production is not in the focus of your support? Why, and do you think that with the support of up to 50,000 euros, this is my understanding, that will be the maximum annual budget for support for a single media outlet within the GIZ program, major achievements are possible? Or Ms. Maguire, do you think that with the support of a $15,000 to $20,000 within a BIMAP frame, it is possible really to achieve a major things? This is my first question, and then I have a follow-up. Thank you.
I think we only
It's
have one.
because there were some comparisons that were used. It's 50,000 euros is less than a half gross annual salary of an employee in the European Commission.
I think we only have one microphone. I think we only have one microphone in the audience. So in order for them to answer,
sorry.
you will have to share the microphone.
No, content production is part of BMAP Forward, supporting good content production. So there are grants, they're small grants, but they're meant to complement what other donors are doing in terms of grants. EED provides grants, NED, the National Endowment for Democracy, also provides grants for content production. So the emphasis is very much when I talked about the second objective, data-driven content, to expand audience reach and deepen engagement with audience, it's data-driven, but it's quality-driven. And it's about, I didn't want to make my remarks too long, but we talk about participatory democracy, but BMAP Forward is really looking at direct democracy, working deliberative democracy is the term, and really ensuring that media reflects the voice of the audience and the consumers, and that it reflects their concerns, and it meets the audience where they are on the various platforms. But you can only do that through good quality content. So BMAP Forward very much focuses on that. Again, I know it's, some of the grants are not as large as they could be, should be, but it is, limited budget across 5 countries. We'd love to include Albania. There are limited resources. So what we hope is collectively pooling the resources together is that we're able to do that. I'll let Andres.
Okay, thank you. So first on the business model. So if there are commercial business model to sustain the journals, should be answered by Davor Razer. But I have done a lot of research in this regard. Actually, if you don't ignore what is produced by the Reuters Institute, at least annually, these predictions for the coming year, then it's also very clear that in nowadays working with donors is essential element of management approach for commercial media. So it should not be exclusive one, so source of revenue. Because if you are totally dependent on donors, then there might be issues with credibility of your product vis-a-vis the audiences. So because very often it's also not secret, and we hope to avoid with our new program this phenomenon that the donor's assistance comes with strings attached. And it's very strongly undermine credibility of what's being produced by the outlet in question in the eyes of its audience. Then on content production, if you listen carefully what I tried humbly to formulate in the very beginning and telegraphically. So I underlined the novelty of our program. So that one side, the business models, but business models will be secondary to the content production, because you need to have a good product, and then you have to select appropriate business model suitable to sell or promote this content. So you probably referred to the small grants, this 50,000. I think it's even less now. Set it up, 25. Yes, so, but it's a one-time action. It doesn't mean to resolve issues, all the issues the outlet, beneficiary outlet faces. But if we speak about the strategic partners, beneficiaries, which was mentioned by Philip, 23, and there is a grant available up to 150,000, and content production also easily could be part of this grant. It's rather not to provide sustainable financing in form of these bigger or smaller grants, but allow outlets to experiment, to finance finding new products, and then also pay for introducing these new products in the market. And I think if we start financing, or set up the second Euronews in Western Balkans, it would not benefit nobody, so to say. Yes.
If you could, yes, give the microphone.
So as you said, there are other donors. And let's say one of the donors we work with is National Endowment for Democracy. It's the US organization financed by the US Congress. And the basis on which we receive support from the National Endowment for Democracy is a presumption that good quality journalism, independent reporting in North Macedonia is not possible on a commercial basis. Then you have BIMAP, which is pushing its key partners in the direction of a sustainability on a commercial basis. I hope you get the conflict of these two approaches, right? My second intervention. I would like to come and to be in our position, not only in North Macedonia, I believe more or less is the same situation in all countries in the region, and to enter into negotiations, let's say, with one big advertiser, to hear what are their expectations when they give money for advertisements. Unfortunately, is not only an expectation that they give money and they will receive a proper, I don't know, banner space or seconds in the TV program, but also they believe that by giving you money, they bought at least your editorial policy in the area in which they operate. So how I can enter into cooperation with such advertiser in order to stick at the same time to the professional standards, to create and to produce a good quality products. I mean, really, it's mission impossible. I mean, all this discussion is fine, but at the end, on the field, the thing is completely different. The story is completely different. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. You wanted to ask?
Yeah, if I may,
This
so
gentleman further in the back, but if you have a quick reaction on that.
is it working? Is it working? Okay. So we've been working for the past 5 years, and I think that, and I believe that you know that BIMAP is not pushing partners toward commercialization. We are helping partners in their financial sustainability as much as that is possible. We are aware that investigative portals and that many of the non-for-profit media outlets that it's mission impossible, as you mentioned, to make them fully commercially sustainable. We are aware of that. That does not exist. I mean, even in the US, in the most elaborate market in the world, there is no independent or financially self-sustainable investigative programs. But as you know from your experience, by working with you and by increasing your revenue, at the same time, we are supporting quality production. You're supporting quality production. By investing into your equipment, we are supporting quality production. By investing in training your journalists, we are investing in a quality production. So if we will see only content grants as a contribution to the quality production, that is, I would say, just too narrow. We do have some content grants, and we will have content grants as well, but content grants are here to support our basic involvement, and our basic involvement is to help you to be more efficient, not to push you toward commercialization. And I think that it was pretty clear, both Shannon and myself, that were pretty clear that this is not our goal, that our goal is a quality production, but to create as sustainable platform as possible for this quality production, but not clicks by any cost, or not by pushing you into the arms of the, I don't know, advertisers who have a mixed agenda, at least, not only the agenda to promote their product. So if I may use the word holistic, so this is our approach, supporting your sustainability, not expecting to become, not from all of our partners to become financially sustainable, because this is mission impossible. But if you raise your income from 10 to 30%, that is a serious contribution to your quality content production.
Thank you. There is a gentleman further in the back.
Good day to you all. Petrit Saracini from Media Institute for Media and Analytics, SIMA from Skopje, North Macedonia. I just want to tell you, we are recently established, working only several months, although we are old actors in the scene, but with a new hat. Just recently, we started a show, co-production show with Television Alsat, where Vasco is also. And after 5 episodes, I can tell you that we have over 100,000 of audience, which means about 15% of total share of the audience at that time in North Macedonia, and about 50% of the share of the audience in Albanian language. We are producing a short TV show with 3 pieces in it of debunking disinformation, about 7 up to 10 minutes long, which means that there is an interest in the audience for quality journalism, especially that tackles those things that are endangering our democracy and the sustainability, in my opinion, the sustainability of the quality journalism and responsible journalism media sector. I could agree with all of you about what we have mentioned as obstacles, challenges, problems that are engulfing this responsible media scene. And I can throw in this on this table also some additional questions, rhetoric perhaps. We could discuss about those for hours, but I would like to mention them, because we can see that there is clickable and likable journalistic content of high quality that is already there. Vasco is doing a good show. We know Prisma, for example, in North Macedonia, has made some wonderful shows that had a serious impact and created space for some political responsibility. Raskrinkavanje or other actors in the region that are doing high quality journalism with an impact. But this is not supported by by commercial actors. So how do we increase the responsibility of these commercial and political actors and bring them to this table? We should have them here and meet these people and see that there is a possibility for their economic, or let's say even political gain, if they support good quality and high quality journalism and responsible journalism. How to raise the demand for quality furthermore in the audience, and how to push this quality content to mainstream audiences. I believe that our example, that what we are doing with Television Alsat in North Macedonia, is one of the examples. Or Vasco, he has a show also on TV Alsat, which has an influence on mainstream audiences. And how to narrow the space for these irresponsible actors, propagandists, spreaders of disinformation, etc., and at the same time not endanger the freedom of speech. I believe that one of the speakers before mentioned was that frequently the view of the media community was that we hold on strictly or firmly to self-regulation, because in that way we feel that whomever comes on power will not be able to misuse regulation to do some damage to the media sector. But obviously self-regulation in itself doesn't work. Not because it's not good, but because we don't have that type of an environment in our country. Not only small portion of media, frankly saying, are aware of their role in the society and are aware to really implement self-regulation. Most of the media in our country, at least, take it as an excuse. But then if we enter into developing co-regulation or regulation systems, This should be done really in a goodwill and a real participation and involvement of all state, media, civil society actors. I feel, unfortunately, in North Macedonia, there is no trust between the institution, politics, and the media sector for that. And we should build that trust by involving at least those actors from the politics, from commercial sector on this table and on other tables of this kind, so we could start working on this as soon as possible. Thank you very much. Sorry for taking so long.
Well, thank you very much for there was a lot of questions, as you said, some of them perhaps rhetorically asked, but nevertheless very important questions. Does anybody have a reaction to this?
Thank you. I guess it's
Maybe
rather
not
hard.
to all, but
No, it's rather hard to. I totally see your point about inclusion of political decision makers, but I think we're all very realistic that this is rather a hard goal to achieve under the current circumstances in the region and also on European and global level. But something which popped up in my mind when Jasna was telling about the different achievements of the European Union, and it was mainly targeted primarily for its citizens. The European Union and the Commission as its executive branch are sometimes very efficient and very, I would say, good in protecting its citizens. And I'm talking about the member states. I think one of the ideas which we could maybe envisage also for this region, and I'm talking more on the legislative level, is to see if it's possible to include the Western Balkan 6 in a way also in the different data protection acts and initiatives, which the European Union is right now negotiating with the United States. And this could be, a very interesting also transatlantic cooperation between our developing agencies here. And I think it will greatly contribute also to, the increase of journalistic quality in this region, just as a, footnote for further thought.
is there, yeah, the microphone quickly, otherwise I give you this as prepared. Oh my God, I haven't seen you, sorry.
No, thank you so much for mentioning that. In essence, and I don't want to take too much time, whatever we do for the EU member states, we make sure that it's also offered and provided to the future member states. So you will hear probably during the conference and during the coffee breaks, a research in this field when it comes to information manipulation is, as we do it for building resilience and supporting that knowledge in the EU member states, it's also offered for the Western Balkans. All of that regulation, of course, is intended for the protection of the EU member states, including it all started with protecting the integrity of the elections. This is, of course, all automatically applicable in the Western Balkans as long as the authorities harmonize the legislation in line with the requirements. So, but the support to media, the regulation, first of all, knowing what the problem is key issue. I remember our first talks in the region 5 years ago when the people who are now most advanced in this field didn't really understand what is happening in the information environment, where the narratives come from. It looked very domestic, but it wasn't. And sometimes it was. So now I think the community, media community in the Western Balkans is way more advanced in understanding not only the problems that media outlets face, but also the origins. And also, how can we find ourselves in this information environment? It's always important to first understand the kind of the root causes and then deal with the consequences of it. So to come back to the key point, what is on offer for the EU member states is also on offer for the future member states. And it's not a problem that can be sorted out solely by the governments or solely by journalists or civil society. Everybody has to do its part. And the most successful models in the EU member states, I see a lot of nodding in the room that is very encouraging for me and for all of us in Brussels trying to help. That is really the essence of the member states that managed to do and build the resilience and a sort of psychological defense in the age of global information manipulation that is now done at the industrial scale, thanks to the business models that Etienne originally discussed, was based on the political decision of the government to mobilize all governmental sources, all the responsible ministries to do their part of the job, and very importantly, to provide a space and encourage media and civil society actors to do that part of the job. And then that provides this resilience of a society to be able to deal with the challenges of the 21st century. This is now like a very big thing. In order for, maybe we should have started with that, to zoom in and then tackle one single element, which is how in all of this, while we are waiting for the application of the Digital Service Act and all that regulation of the big tech to kick in, while all of these things are being done on the Media Freedom Act at the EU level, waiting for that to be adopted at the EU level, harmonized in the Western Balkans legislation. But how do we survive? And I think our session and our workshop is, how do we use the funding to make sure that that we are going, while we are waiting these big systemic things to happen, how do we make sure that professional media exist, hopefully thrive in the future, and how do we use the money in the most effective way? Is the money there? Is it efficient? Is it deployable? And is it sufficient? Are all legitimate questions that actually the purpose of this workshop was. So thanks.
Well, thank you very much. The microphone stays there. And we are only starting this conference right here. Now I'm like in two minds because time has run out. You want to say something? There are two reactions in the back. I would say, I saw you first. We take your questions, but we rather keep them in mind unless there's a very quick.
It's already 12:04, so I just want to say that I like one sentence that you have just mentioned, and this sentence, I would say, perfectly well defines and describes what are we trying to do and what is our goal. And you said about quality content reaching out to wider audiences. This is exactly what our aim and our goal is. And thank you for mentioning this sentence.
That was quick. Thank you very much. There is another reaction in the back there.
Yes, thank you. I'm Augustin Palok, I corresponded in Brussels. I have a question, not a comment. In an enlargement package and progress report, issue of ownership of the media in the Balkans was raised in many cases. So how challenging is this for the donors? Because there is money in the media in the region, a lot of money. I see media, some of the media who don't need your money. They certainly don't survive from advertisements. I see the journalists buying houses on the coast, driving good cars and so on. So, and how to compete with those? Because apparently there is no clear ownership of the media in all countries in the region. Do you know to whom are you giving your money or donations? And how can the professional media compete with those who are owned by people we don't know and they get a lot of money from the sources we don't know? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. You're indicating, is this the second question? There was another question. Yes, the lady in the blue.
Hi, I'm Besa Luci from Kosovo 2.0. I'm going to maybe be switching a bit the direction with my comment. But I think what is important just to keep in mind when we're talking about independent quality content and journalism, it's also about who gets to define and to say what is quality and what is not. And I think this becomes very important when we're talking about donor organization or donor company relations as well, because there was something that was said at the beginning. We were presented as donors and implementers, and I think we should try to avoid that kind of language, because I think one once, I think the first thing, my problem with that is because it's a very unequal power relation that then also translates into practice. And what I mean by practice is that I think I speak on my experience, but I do know from closed informal conversations with other media organizations in the region is that sometimes donor requirements toward media organizations are very problematic, and sometimes they come borderline to interference in content. And I do think this is something that a lot of media have experienced, but have not ever said publicly for fear of retaliation in potential future projects. And I do think that the models within which especially funding for content production is provided does not mean that donors should see the text before publishing, the donors should give a green light, and that the donors get to say where to put a flag, where to put a logo, what is the size in comparison to others and whatnot. Because then we're not then talking about independent journalism, we're just talking about a different form of control. And I do think that this has to change. And I do think that media have to, us professionals have to be a part of that conversation, because we end up then, most of the time, rather than focusing on our journalism, we end up dealing with task managers and having to teach and explain to them what independent journalism is about. And I do hope that more people will share experiences in this, because I've not seen it publicly being talked about, but I do think that it's a problem that a lot of media are facing and are going through, because we talk about interference from governments and private companies, but there's also different attempts to sometimes to who you have to interview, who you can or cannot interview, or what topic you should write about, and when is a good moment to write about it. And I think this has to be a part of this conversation, because otherwise it doesn't really feel genuine. I think for myself, but also I would assume that to other organizations as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Two keywords, donor interference, I call it now, and ownership. Who can react?
I mean, I can, because I wanted to react also on Vasco's, it all goes in the same direction, but keep in mind that ED has a bit different position, and we are, I think, all aware of the limits that all our donor programs bring, especially administratively, technically. We also have the accountability issues, so we have to be really careful how the money is allocated and spent. But I wanted to say that there are I learn a lot from colleagues from other regions that are more sensitive, where they manage to bring this donor coordination and to simplify the process a bit. So in order to do that, we need constructive input from you, not just to exchange what doesn't work, but to tell us how maybe some things could work. And please to be then patient. We in ED could play a role in that, trying to shift the message again, having in mind what are the limits that each donor has, that has to fulfill towards their Let's talk about it. This is definitely a good, makes you exhausted. You know, you go from one to another. The procedures are fully the same if it's 20 or 200,000 euro. Again, it all comes to the same what Davor said, that indeed we do have much less money than the other actors, and we have to be aware of it. A part of a solution is, I suppose, cooperation, solidarity, that we work together, that we are all in the same field. And again, also, I think the most crucial is what you say, this power relations, to try to see us as partners, to try to tell us openly what is torturing you, and then to try really, then together we can try to find a solution. And I may say that till now we did have some positive examples, but only through this continuous communication. I could say more, but we will talk during the.
Okay, well,
just the ownership.
The ownership.
Yeah, very quickly, just to tackle the ownership, because I briefly mentioned, and Augustine is very much right. The first problem being with some unknown ownership of the media, or then we have the Albanian case right here, where the vast majority of the television time would be like media owned by two major families. So this is an issue, and this is where we spend most of our efforts, and we really know who are the owners of the media we're supporting. That's the first thing that we need to know. So just so I wanted to reassure Augustine on this one.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all speakers. Thank you for your questions. I would like to wrap it up now because we already shortened the lunch break, but we will see you back. So I would say keep all these questions in the back of your mind for the following panels, and there will be 3 today, 2 tomorrow. And I think there is a lot to debate. And also you're all around during the breaks. Take the opportunity to get hold of the people you wanted to ask a question specifically. Thank you very much. See you back at 1:30 for the official beginning of this conference.
I'm sorry, where do I?
It's also doing a good job.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Hi. I'm just looking to because now you need to can you give me host rights? Because now I'm
Okay, I was gonna take you there. Yes, there you go. Yes. Yes, your promotion. I don't see it. How you? Random check. She knows.
Yes, the one. Yeah, she is here. Я сохраняю учение, что но национальное учение. Это учение может
Ми треба да стоїмо на стилі.
Unfortunately. Or fortunately, I don't know. These things. I don't know what to think.
Окей, стоїмо.
I'm trying. Yeah, yeah. Don't make this. Oh, we're gonna get a heart attack. And then we'll go well with your times. No, it's just kidding. No, because just usually when they're always like, oh, I'm so sorry. You know, it's- I haven't called mine. It's already in intuition. I will bring it up now. Thank you.
Yeah, because for example, church member, so we have only church member side. Chris is going to do it now.
And we are ready here to see the panel, and we will quickly have, after the session, will introduce, and then we will have the preset of the slides.
With to the speaker desk, to the lecture or to the panel?
First, Olaf is going to introduce the speakers, and then one speaker will come to the lecture, slide, and then another speaker will come to the for our. There is a microphone that's.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the idea is that I start right after the music, but I of course know that it's very brutal to start when not everybody is sitting yet. It would be like forcing you too hard, which I don't want to do, but please take your seats and we're ready to kick off the day. Well, now also officially after our sort of unofficial opening of the day earlier today, a very, very warm welcome to this year's edition of the EU Western Balkan Media Conference. Welcome back to all those who have been with us earlier today, and welcome also to all those who follow us online, because the entire conference is live streamed. Now, my name, for those who have not been with us earlier, is Olaf Bruns. I'm a European affairs journalist, and I'm really, really pleased to moderate this conference today, to lead you through these 2 days, actually, very fully packed 2 days of debates and debating all the challenges, among the challenges media in the region are facing. I won't say too much on the content right now. Perhaps just one thing, which is an important thing as background, perhaps. If we have decided to put media and information manipulation into one conference, this does not mean that we intend them as two sides of the same coin. It's rather different aspects that media are facing, that society is facing actually, in the region and far beyond, of course. And just to walk you very quickly through today's program, we kick off with a few welcome words from the organizers. We then move to our first panel, which is challenges for the Western Balkan media space in the global context, which sort of intends to debate a bit theoretically, or if you will, philosophically, the subjects we'll be debating further in the following panels. And after a coffee break, there are two more panels, one on information manipulation and foreign interference, and one on modern content production solution-oriented journalism and how they could underpin the sustainability of media in general again, and here in the region, excuse me. And towards the end of every session, we will take your questions, so have your questions ready for the sessions. Today's debates will be followed by the EU Investigative Journalism Awards ceremony, and later on a reception to which you are all very, very, very much invited. So now there is this one sentence moderators always say in the beginning: please don't be glued to your telephone during the entire session, to the speeches and the debates. I would rather add, if you're already using them, make sure you use the hashtag EUWB media conference to report on the event while it's going. And so let's kick off. Let me, please give a very warm welcome to Christiane Hohmann, the head of the EU delegation to Albania, for a few welcome remarks. Christiane, ein herzliches Willkommen. And the floor is yours.
I think I'd rather put this on. So good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to see you here and to welcome you, for those who are not from the region, to Samoly, Tirana, for those who come from further north, but to everybody from the region, welcome to Tirana. And it's great you could make it, because I think it's very important to have these regional meetings and not just national ones, because this is what gives you also the input, perhaps also some ideas, some energy, and you can exchange on the challenges, because there may be some similarities, but there may also be differences. So, of course, it's an enormous pleasure to be here for the opening of the 2022 edition of the EU Western Balkans Media Conference. And you know that, of course, it was planned to be an annual thing. We had these events that came in between that didn't allow us to do it every year. So I don't need to spell it out, but it's great to be able to do this really with you all here in Tirana, in place, to allow for this exchange. Of course, you also know that 19th of July was a very historic date, at least we would call it like that, with the opening of the accession negotiations for both Albania and Northern Macedonia, which is a decisive step on the way forward, because it puts action now to the accession process, and of course triggers a whole process that we hope involves much more than just the officials who have to travel to Brussels, but it is a process that, in our view, should also involve the whole society. And in that, of course, number one, transmission of information, but also media play an essential role. So for us, it is exactly part of these challenges, how to report, how to also demystify some of the process, but also how to fight misinformation. So it's something where the colleagues who do this on a daily basis also in Brussels know what I'm talking about. What is the EU? What is the EU not? Because it's already starting with myth busting, so that full existences, full trades, people will be out of a possibility to earn a reasonable living, etc. So this is exactly where I think an exchange is very, very important. At the same time, you may have heard about one of the elements of the negotiations, which is the so-called fundamentals. You know, what are the fundamentals? One of them is a very important one, which is media freedom. And that is, you know, so important to our democracies. Democracies cannot exist without free media. It is the task of media to actually quiz, to challenge, but also then to explain to your readers, listeners, what it is actually you found out. What is the topic? How do you actually devolve in it? So I think this is a common point, that the challenges you are facing in the day-to-day routines, and they're very different, I know, in the countries, but it's something that is not unique in this region. Media freedom is something that has to be guaranteed and also to be defended anywhere on this globe, inside and outside the European Union, on a daily basis. And it is also with fullest respect to everybody who works in the media, because we all know this is not an easy job. It's not an easy profession. But, you know, you also know that we are fighting a very specific media war, which is the one following the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Because this comes along with an avalanche of fake news, of a competition of, you know, claims, even going all the way to attacking online media, to trying to force a perception onto a society. And this is where we all have to stand together to actually defend our democratic values, to defend our freedom. And this is why we are here. And of course, to ensure that media also reflect a plural, multipolar society. So it's not one opinion that's the right one. It's about debating. It's about exchanging. It's about learning on this process. So, you know, you may have heard about progress reports of the European Commission that were published roughly 4 weeks ago, and about elements that were in there, particularly regarding to media freedom, because it is an element that's very important. Here, again, being the fundamentals. And there are more elements than just providing free media with the possibility to work, but it is also about the media landscapes. It's about the working conditions of journalists. So all these elements are front and center of what we are working on. So I hope that this is also part of where you're able to exchange some best practices, how it can be achieved, how things can be logged in, and how also independent journalism can be defended. And for that, I really hope that you have interesting exchanges, that you draw some energy out of this meeting here, that in the region you have something to defend, which is a public voice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christiane, and please join me in welcoming Michaela Matuela, the acting director, this I have to read, for the Western Balkans at the Directorate General for Neighborhood and Enlargement Negotiations of the European Commission, of course, also called DG NEAR. Michaela, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all. It's really a real pleasure, and I join Ambassador Homan in that. It's really a pleasure to be here today and open this media conference for the Western Balkans. And before I share some of our thoughts on the challenges, priorities, and also the support that the EU is providing to the media space, let me maybe start by putting the conference of today into the bigger picture, into the bigger context of what is happening in the Western Balkans, and in particular in the relations between the Western Balkans and the European Union. And I would like to start by mentioning the visit of our President von der Leyen, who was here in the region, in Albania, in the rest of the region just 2 weeks ago. And this visit was really an opportunity for the President to reiterate the very strong support that the EU is extending to the Western Balkans, the engagement with the region, and also an opportunity to, let's say, at the same time, of course, encourage the Western Balkans to pursue the necessary reforms. And this has been certainly also very much a part of her messages. But there was also a very important message in her visit, explicitly mentioned and also indirectly part very much of the objective of the visit, which is to say that the Western Balkans are part of our family, that their future, your future, is in our union, and that our union is not complete without the Western Balkans. And that is a message that she has repeated in each and every place where she has been during this visit. And this visit was also an opportunity to prepare the summits, and I use the plural because we have in fact a number of summits in the sort of landscape of our engagement with the region. We just had last week the summit in the so-called Berlin process, and we have another summit upcoming in beginning of December, the EU Western Balkan Summit, which will actually take place here in Tirana, which is, let me also underline, this is the very first time that such a summit happens in the region. And that is a very important message, again, that goes very much hand in hand with the underlying message of belonging that our president has conveyed. So this is to say that clearly the enlargement policy is undergoing, let's say, a new momentum, and certainly more than ever, it represents a geostrategic investment in long-term peace, stability, security. And here I follow on what our ambassador just said in terms of the implication of the Russia's invasion of Ukraine and what it meant in terms of threats to our safety, to our values, and also with the particular challenges that pose to the media in terms of communicating about it, and the implication also in terms of misinformation, which is one of the topics that you will be discussing today. One of the messages also that came with the visit of the president with the Berlin summit, and will also be part of the next summit, is one of the responses of the EU to the crisis, and that is our energy support package. I will not go into the details of that, but this is to say that in addition to the practical aspects of it and the concrete support that the EU is providing to the region, there is, of course, an important political point of association with everything that the EU is doing basically to face the consequences of this war. And let me also add that in the context of the Berlin summit last week, there were also very important decisions that were adopted with 3 agreements that improve the mobility of students, researchers, simply citizens, doctors that were signed in Berlin, and that will certainly make a change for building a single economic space in the Western Balkans. And why do I mention this example? I mention this because I really hope that also these stories will find space, let's say, in the media, because there is certainly a lot of positive messages of openness, integration, belongings that I think are very important that are projected. Let me then also mention that in the past months, there have been some very important decisions. Now I've highlighted a little bit the context of what is coming, the framework in which all of the work that we are doing together is taking place. But there have also been very concrete and important decisions in the past months. I'll mention just a few. The high-level meeting that took place in June with the Western Balkans, again, where the reiteration of the perspective for the region was again confirmed. But also, of course, in addition to the enlargement package, which is, of course, and I'll come back to that, our sort of framework of engaging with the region, but there was, of course, the very important decision opening negotiation with Albania and North Macedonia, as the ambassador has just mentioned. And this is not only important for Albania and North Macedonia, this is important for the region. It's a very concrete, tangible indications of how serious the commitment of the EU to moving forward in the integration process with the region is. And I must say, let me just share this with you, having been in many of the screening meetings. Of course, the screening is the first step in the negotiation process. It is fantastic to see that also the enthusiasm that the process has generated, and how much, let's say, this has changed, let's say, the dynamics, certainly in the 2 countries concerned, but certainly with the perspective of this having also positive implications for all of the region. And I mentioned the enlargement package. Let me also flag that this was the last package that concerned the 6 countries of the Western Balkans and Turkey alone, because as of next year, we will actually have 10 countries to include, and we will have also Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, which is another important development that, of course, we had on the enlargement policy. And finally, with the enlargement package, there was also an important recommendation from the Commission, which was the recommendation for candidate status. Of course, the decision is with the member states, but this again was an important message of encouragement to Bosnia and Herzegovina and its people to engage in the process and move forward in the European integration process. Now, the enlargement reports, and now I'll come a little bit more closer, let's say, to the topics, your topics and our topics for today. The enlargement reports are also, of course, an opportunity to take stock of, on one side, of the progress achieved, but also, of course, an opportunity to provide guidance on what also needs to be followed up with, what needs to be focused on. And clearly, freedom of expression and media is one of the elements of the report, a very important elements of these reports, part of the famous cluster 1, the cluster on the fundamentals, as now we are calling it. And I must say, an area where we have to recognize, and the report clearly recognize across the region, where there has been, unfortunately, limited progress, limited efforts, and limited impact of those efforts. There are very serious challenges ahead. You are very much aware of those. Physical and verbal intimidation of journalists, attempts to undermine the independence of public service broadcasters, political interference, and opaque media ownership that all undermine the sustainability of independent media. And of course, also professionalism, quality of journalism is essential, but also working conditions for journalists is very important. So to demonstrate the credibility of the their European commitment, it's clear that there is a need to, in all countries, to step up efforts to create an environment that allows for an independent and pluralistic media landscape. And of course, this is a joint effort. It's a joint effort of governments, regulatory bodies, public broadcasters, media owners, journalists. Of course, is an effort by everybody. And it's clear, and that is the fundamental aspect, freedom of expression is a core European value and a prerequisite for accession. And that is the logic of having this kind of engagement. And of course, an engagement that we want to repeat every year. Unfortunately, it was not possible recently, but hopefully this is the beginning, let's say, of again, the regularity of this type of engagement. So we need your help. We need your help to basically push for the reforms that are necessary. We believe in the European Commission that it's the freedom of media is essential, and that is also why we provide, of course, a lot of support in these fields. This is an issue that has also already been discussed earlier today. But it's not only a matter we have taken media freedom very seriously. And in the recent months, we also put at the level of EU, we have put forward a number of legislative and policy proposals, which of course need to be discussed with the member states, covering aspects which are also equally burning issues in the Western Balkans. And some of these are the EU action against abusive litigation targeting journalists and right defenders, and the European Media Freedom Act, which address issues as independence and financing of public broadcasting, transparency of media ownership, distribution of state advertisement, and that of big state-owned companies. These are all fundamental aspects also for the dialogue with the Western Balkans, and this is clearly also an instrument through which, and this is also what certainly will be discussed later today, through which we want to integrate, let's say, the Western Balkans into the discussion at EU level. Now, finally, let me underline that the new geopolitical context has generated or better exacerbated some of the existing challenges for the media sector, which are global, such as information manipulation and foreign interference, as the ambassador just mentioned. And today, conference will give us the opportunity to focus very much on these important topics and how also they can be a threat to democracy. It will also provide an opportunity to discuss modern content production in light of digital transformation. These are all very important topics that you are facing, and certainly I trust there will be a very interesting, lively discussions on this. So let me conclude by wishing you a very fruitful discussion, but also I look very much forward to join you again later for the EU Investigative Journalist Award, which is certainly an instrument to recognize, value, and promote also your work and which with some of the challenges you just mentioned certainly is a work that has become also even more challenging than before. So very much looking forward, and again I wish you a very good discussion this afternoon and in the rest of the meeting.
Michaela, thank you very much. And without any transition, we're already in the first panel of today, challenges to the Western Balkan media space in the global context. Now, I had prepared a full speech to introduce that, and I was speaking about professionalization, about financial resources. I was speaking about media freedom, about disinformation, information manipulation, the challenges of social media, but I'd rather skip this because I think Cristiano Homan and Michaela Matuela have perfectly already laid out the horizon against which this debate is going to take place. So rather just one word again, which I have already said, this panel is really intended as being the background panel for the warm-up panel, if you want, for the entire conference. And I would immediately start with welcoming our speakers. So please join me in welcoming Marius Dragomir, the director of the Media and Journalism Research Center, which has been part of CEU, the Central European University, but which is now an independent research center. If you could take a place, but not this one, because this is mine. Frane Maroevic, the executive director of the International Press Institute. Frane has, of course, a broad view on the state of media globally. There is also a step, sort of, you can go where you want, but you can also, if you feel up to it. And I think Frane deserves really an extra applause because he has just started his new job at IPI, executive director this week. And this is really your first official gig, isn't it? Well, wonderful. It's great to have you with us. The next speaker, Christiana Voko, the executive director of the Albanian section of the Balkan Investigative Reporting Network, BERN. Christopher Egberg, whom I haven't seen yet. There he is, the editor-in-chief of Faktisk.no, which is a fact-checking network from Norway. Fact-checking, and notably, of course, fact-checking now in the context, against the context of Russia's war in Ukraine, but also particular because it is a collaboration of various media who before had rather understood themselves as competitors, if not outright rivals. And we have Erwin Gucci, lecturer at the University of Tirana, Faculty of Communications and Journalism. Erwin has been working on many topics, among which censorship here in Albania, and that's probably worth noting also, Erwin is also a committed activist. So voila, here we are for the horizon of the entire conference. And let's get the ball rolling. We have agreed on a sort of opening statement, open round, 3 minutes. Try to stick to 3 minutes, but don't exceed five minutes. Marius, perhaps a few words on the Media and Journalism Research Center for those who don't know, and your opening statement.
Of course. Well, we are a research center that is specializing in doing comparative research. We have been focusing and building, actually, we are just very new, we were just established, but we are building on a number of projects and work that I created back in the day in the Open Society Foundations, where I worked, and Central European universities, such as Television Across Europe, Mapping Digital Media, and a number of projects that we are running right now. Our focus, just for the discussion, we won't get into challenges now, right? just for the discussion, we focus on comparative work on policies and regulations. Our focus is mapping. This is the best that I think we can do. On the one hand, we map policies and regulations across a number of countries in the world, trying to see what works and what doesn't. The second line of work has to do with funding journalism and ownership. This is a much older line of work where we have probably now some 20 years of experience. And again, with a focus on how ownership and funding models affect independent journalism. And third, we've been working for a number of years on the impact of tech companies. And I'm glad that I heard in the morning a number of discussions about that, the impact of tech companies on independent journalism. One of the largest projects that we have is called Media Influence Matrix. We hope to expand that also to the region. We did in the past a number of reports. And based on this work, I'm glad that I had this opportunity. I'll be able to draw a few conclusions and share with you some of the key findings on the challenges to independent journalism. I will leave it there if that's okay, and we can come back to the challenges and solutions. So.
Wonderful, thank you very much. Frana, I have already mentioned that you're just starting at the helm of the International Press Institute, but you have, of course, a long career in observing media freedom, various institutions. So where do we stand?
In terms of media freedom, I think if you look at it globally, journalists and journalism are threatened throughout the world. And it was very interesting to come here last week. I was taking part in Vienna at a Safety of Journalists conference organized by the Austrian Foreign Ministry in order to look at the achievements under the UNESCO or UN's plan of action in the last 10 years. And while a lot has been done in terms of monitoring media freedom, in terms of monitoring attacks against journalists, if you look at the statistics are still appalling in terms of safety of journalists globally. And one of the most obvious statistics and one of the most appalling is the fact that 76 journalists this year have been killed. 76 journalists have lost their lives. And while the Russian aggression in Ukraine has been a large contributor to this, 10 journalists have been killed in the context of the war. Actually, the even bigger problem is a country like Mexico, where 17 journalists have been killed in the course of their duty, trying to do their work. They've been killed because they've been reporting on crime, they've been reporting on corruption, they've been reporting on crime syndicates, and they've been killed, and the investigations and the impunity there, the investigations are zero, so the impunity prevails. And this is an appalling situation, and that's something that we really need to find a way to address. And while if you look at this particular region, that's one of, let's say, the positive things. If you look at it, yes, no journalists have been killed in this region in a recent past. But however, not far from here in Greece, a journalist was killed only last year in April, Georgios Karavazas, also quite likely because of his reporting. So physical safety is clearly a very serious issue throughout the world. If you look at, for example, the region here, the thing that springs to mind is numerous threats against journalists. Journalists are regularly threatened because of their work. They are threatened in terms of threats to their safety, threats to their family, but also there are cases of journalists being attacked. What springs to mind immediately is the case of Olivera Lakic, who 4 years ago was shot in Montenegro. And I believe we are still waiting for justice. There has been some progress, but 4 years later, this has still not been resolved. There are still unresolved killings here of journalists in the past, and maybe I won't go into that. But the threats against journalists, I think globally, in terms of legal threats, are increasing. This is something that we are seeing across the globe, mainly politicians or influential business people taking out lawsuits against journalists. One of our board members, who is a Nobel laureate, Maria Ressa, is very well known. This is something that's happening to her on a daily basis, but this is something that's happening to journalists very much in this region. And I'm sure in this room, there are many, many people who can vouch for that. Just last week, we had a situation that journalists from Krik in Serbia were convicted of, it's not quite defamation, it's the insult to character of a Minister of Interior. for something that was said in an open courtroom and reported. So there are threats against also online threats that we are monitoring. IPR already 10 years ago looked very much into the context of online threats against female journalists, and that's something that we identified as a serious issue in terms of that they are particularly targeted. And it was very interesting. Just the other day, I saw there was a report where 75% of female journalists have reported receiving threats online. And these online threats quite often are precursors to actual physical threats. This is not just online threats, oh, let's ignore it and switch off internet for a while. That's not how it works. First of all, as a journalist, you need to rely on your ability to access information. And secondly, this is being done in such a way that it's what we are finding more and more, it's being coordinated. And it's quite often linked to the topic that was raised by the previous speakers, the topic of disinformation and propaganda, where the journalists who are being threatened are quite often threatened by the same actors who are engaging in disinformation propaganda. And we are just running a project exactly on that to try and map the attacks on journalists, the threats against journalists, and the sources of disinformation and propaganda. And what we are seeing is that there is a very similar activity, and I see it's also being targeted against fact checkers as well, who are also being targeted. So it's this attack that we are seeing, an attack on democracy, attack on free speech, an attack on journalism. Linked to that, we see globally, but also regionally, verbal attacks, denigration of journalists by senior politicians, influential people. This is also extremely dangerous, because it sets the tone, it sets the scene for others to feel enabled to do this. It sets the tone that journalists are there to be attacked, that the journalists are not doing a good job. It creates a safety threat also to journalism, where today, covering demonstrations, covering protests, the fact that you are wearing a press vest might actually turn you into a target rather than a protection, which used to be the case many, many years ago. So this is very much linked to the whole issue of protecting democracy, protecting free speech. So these are the issues that we are also seeing across the globe. There is a plethora of laws that are threatening media and journalism, legislation that's being introduced that can limit free expression, so-called laws against false information. But who decides what is false information? How is this being processed? Is it independent to judiciary? Is it an independent process? These processes are also laws that are looking to regulate social media companies. Yes, and there is a serious danger on that in terms of free speech, which is being regulated by social media. You can see, I can keep going on about that. But I think it's important to look at that. While it is important to safeguard our free speech also online, and sometimes, yes, there is a need to regulation, to legislation, such law can very quickly be abused. But I can see that maybe I should give others a platform as well. So happy to continue talking about it, but thank you. Yes.
For the debate afterwards, although I imagine you could easily fill even the hour and a half. I was thinking among the many things that perhaps this distinction we're still making between the online world and our sort of real lives is debatable, to which extent this can still be held up, because increasingly our lives are happening to a certain extent online. Anyway, perhaps we come to that later. Christina, you're the first on the panel who's actually from Albania, where we come together here. So perhaps a sort of first assessment of the major trends media confronted with here globally and in Albania.
Yes, thank you. It's true, and I'll continue when Frana left, and it's, of course, the global context influence a lot, even the situation in the region. So, of course, there is a huge problem, and it was mentioned in all the recent studies, but also in the country reports for the Western Balkan countries in terms of protection of journalists, and especially in proper investigation and judicial follow-up of the cases that have been registered in the last case. people that know me, especially from local meetings, know always that in the national meetings, when we are confronted with this dilemma that you have no journalist being killed yet or still. And I always refer to a saying of our chief of journalism department, that at some point he said there is no need to kill journalists because they have managed to kill journalism. So of course we don't need to be so depressive, and I know that there are many challenges, but we are here also to see ahead and to identify recommendations. But of course, Albania share many of those challenges, but we cannot see Albania separate from the rest of the region. And I want just to mention, except the protection of journalists, which is a major concern, some of the common recommendation that country reports, but also other instruments, like the instrument developed by the Commission, that is the Media Pluralism Monitor, the report of Reporters Without Borders, and other rankings, has identified as very problematic for this region. And this includes the working condition of journalists, of course, which are very important, and we should never forget that. And I hope really it will be a point of discussion even in the next session. Independent and political independence of regulatory bodies and also of the public broadcasters around the region, and also media, let's say, transparency on media ownership, proper measures to limit conflict of interest, and concentration in terms not only of ownership or audiences, but also in terms of market share, and both horizontal and vertical concentration, and also transparency in relation to state advertisement, and in some of the countries, not the case of Albania, state subsidies to the media. Of course, there are many other topics that resonate the global context, let's say, and it was mentioned before, and I know that we'll have another opportunity to talk about disinformation and information manipulation, especially after the two, let's say, I'll not call them events, but COVID and the war in Ukraine make all of us to see that the same influences, the same fake news, the same tactics, etc., can influence all of us independently from the stage that we are in terms of rule of law, in terms of media freedom, protection of journalists, professional journalism, etc. The last thing for this opening remarks is that still, even though we have major problems in the in regard to freedom of expression and media freedom, in the Western Balkan countries, we should see it and focus also in other aspects that are related and influence media freedom. We cannot have professional journalism and media freedom without having open and transparent institution. We cannot have media freedom without having or respecting the laws, implementing the laws about the right to information. And of course, limiting access to public events or court verdicts, court session, etc. But I'll leave it here and pass the floor to the other panelists.
Christina, thank you very much. Very, very strong sentence, of course. No need to kill a journalist because they killed journalism. And Christopher, as a journalist myself and a debater, I know I can imagine the urge to sort of follow up on this global trends. Now, still, if you can hold that back a little bit, I would like to tell us a little bit about your organization in Norway, and it's perhaps not that particular context in Norway, and where competing forces managed to join the effort. And when we spoke before the conference, you told me an interesting story about rivalry, about Burma and a late night dinner if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So very, if you could touch upon
I'll
that a bit.
touch into it. Yeah, I represent in many ways a fairy tale here, a fairy tale with a nightmare in the end. But it's on a positive view, and I know this is impossible to kind of adopt right off the back, but let this be an inspiration. Well, to start then in Myanmar, a couple of editors connected to Van Ifra from Norway was in Myanmar, in the happy days of Myanmar a couple of years ago, to try to support them in building free media. And they were at Irrawaddy, which is the largest English-speaking newspaper there, and they said, yeah, well, what should we do? And then, you know, this is typically coming from the Western country, from Norway. These two editors, they said, well, you should start a fact-checking initiative. And then the editor of Irrawaddy said, yeah, that's a good idea. How do you do that in Norway? And then they were standing there like, Norway has no fact-checking organization, no fact-checking journalism at all. And they were like, they came back home. They're like, that was quite embarrassing, us coming down there, telling them what to do, and we don't do it at home in Norway. So they were sitting at this dinner table, and this is the two most rival tabloid newspapers in Norway. I used to sing hate songs against the other newspapers, like football hooligans. And they sat there at the dinner party and said, that was embarrassing, let's cooperate. Let's see if we can do this together. And that is how I was involved into this. I was asked to manage a project to see if we could build a fact-checking organization in Norway. This is 6 years ago, exactly 6 years ago. It was just after Brexit. It was just after Donald Trump was elected. It was just after fake news became the main new word in the world. And we were naive. I'm going to tell you about that later. But now, 6 years later, it's the six largest news corporations in Norway is now funding the editorial staff of my independent fact-checking organization, Faktisk. These are six rivals. They compete in every single other issue than in the combating disinformation and fake news through our organization. We work together. Everything we publish is distributed free to anyone who wants to use it, not only our owners, in order to spread, because we cannot compete with Facebook, with TikTok, with all these algorithm polarization machines if we can't get this distributed freely to anyone who needs to use us. And we cannot be paid by the people who need fact checks, because the people who really need fact checks are not the people who usually pay for news. So we have to be fed into the feeds of people who needs our information. Well, how is this possible in Norway? Well, it's because we in Norway have a strong ethical framework. We've had strong journalistic institution for 100 years. They've been building, and we have a constitution in Norway securing freedom of speech. We have a law in Norway securing the freedom of editors. I cannot be in any way influenced by my owners. As an editor, I am the sovereign chief of whatever my newspaper or news organization want to do. No one can tell me what to do. This is unique, I think. I don't know if there's any country in the world with that strong law securing the editorial freedom. But then again, you need those brave editors. You need those brave news leaders there who wants to join forces in spite of rivalry, in spite of being in competing, because this is more important than one news organization's revenue. This is fighting for democracy. And this is where I come back to why we were naive. 6 years ago, Donald Trump was, he was using fake news against journalism. Journalists were using fake news against him. But in every sense, I remember how people viewed fake news and disinformation as a problem for the media that the media had to do something about. Now, as you mentioned, after COVID, after QAnon, storming of the Congress in the US, the war in Ukraine, finally, the leaders of the world acknowledge disinformation and fake news being a problem against society, against democracy, against the world. It's not only a media problem. And that is where we were naive, because we were thinking back 6 years ago that we were building an organization to try to hinder kind of American tradition coming to Norway, like fake news, and to kind of hinder these trends coming to Norway, not acknowledging that the worst case scenario of fake news in Europe, at least until then, had happened in Norway with the terrorist attacks 22nd of July 2011, where Anders Breivik killed 77 people, fed by the same disinformation, the same conspiracy theories, and the same fake news as we are debunking today, which is part of the QAnon movement, which is part of the everyday debunking of a fact checker in the world. And I could go on and on and on. And that is why we have to do something about it, and we have to join forces despite of all our rivalries, if we are going to survive the trends, the alternative reality, online reality, which is really, really alternative because of how it works. So I'll stop there, because there's a lot to debate, but that's kind of a fairy tale with a nightmare in the snack, because we are not winning yet.
Indeed, Chris, so I had physically a shiver running down my spine when you spoke about the protection of journalists in Norway. And I'm not even from the region. My journalistic life has been in Belgium, France, and Germany. This is really something to keep in mind, at least, that there is a possibility somewhere. And what you said, like, feds very, very directly into, Erwin, what we just had an email exchange before this conference, but you in this emails, you very much insisted on what happens beyond traditional media, rightly, in this what you call the parallel social media world that cooks together all kinds of headlines that then even trickle back rather than down into conventional media, right?
Yes, thank you everyone. Perhaps my email was a little longer, and I think my presentation was made there. And sorry for the long email. You have a lot of resources there, because I really I've heard a lot of the presentation from other contributors, and in my consideration, we are in Albania may seem let's say a little country, and you think would have to do Albania with global dynamics. In fact, we suffer every global dynamic, but in a context where we don't have any kind of resources to combat against. And this is a big problem. I want to focus on very few points, and I want to not to be so long. First of all, you have to know that all the legal initiative right now are all by the government. There are no troops, nobody that made any initiatives. You see this package of anti-defamation, you see the order of journalism, they want to proclaim who is a journalist, who is not. You see they want to reform not to reform, to review the law for the right of information. You see procurement office that gives consultations to or directories to journalists to say that what they have to do regarding reporting to the audience, and this is, let's say, the normative, the legal framework, which all are all in hands of the government, because the government has the initiative. And you see that what are the journalists doing, and the journalists what are doing what they are using their work as a tool to make some resistance to this. For example, they are improvising fact checking. Factoye and other medias, they do very good job, and for me are very important in this context we live. You see the Council of Media, which is a very fresh body, has nothing to do with the old journalism, and they are trying to build some labels just to signal the false information. And then you see the government, which all money they finance all money to the private television because they had a lot of difficulties to transit to digitalization process, and the government becomes the arbiter of the truth because it's normally to hear from the prime minister as in person to say all time that fake news, fake news, fake news, fake news, and nobody knows who is the victim, who is the committer, and we have this. As you see, all these are dynamics. A lot of panel and I think participants here they know what I'm talking about, but we don't have the right tools and right institutional initiative to make resistance to this, and this makes a lot of the milieu of information, the ecosystem, it's really infected, and it's impossible to not have it like this. And imagine that in Albania there is no media with a subscription model, because it's quite impossible right now to even conceive a media that have no money from ad-based ad-based money. It's impossible to imagine, and all information goes then to the social media and it becomes a nuclear bomb, because you have this model with ad-based added to social media algorithm, and all becomes, and journalists, of course, they are becoming more social media administrators, and no journalism. Without investing, it's impossible to make investigative journalism at the high level journalism which is requested. I don't want to go further because, of course, you have a lot of participants that want to say something, and thank you very much for listening to me.
Well, Evan, thank you very much. Correct me if I'm wrong, but my feeling is when I listen to you is that this is all more or less global trends, but what you said is just hitting a country that has no protection in place, which is much worse than a very, very weak protection in place, which of course gives another sort of dimension of problems than more solid countries that are still victims, but that at least have some forces to oppose to this sort of dynamics. Speaking of dynamics, Marius, a sort of broad overview, but time is already running, so it's like this thing. Say everything, but say it very shortly.
Of course. Well, listening to what has been said, of course, there are many trends and many challenges that we identify in the region and elsewhere. Of course, the safety of journalists, the legal attacks on journalists, but one pattern that we have identified and we have actually tried to work for many years understanding it is what we call media capture. It seems like academic concept, but I think if you go into the construction of it and try to understand what it consists of, to me by far that is the biggest threat and the biggest challenge that we see not only in this region but in other parts of the world. In fact, some of the textbook cases of media capture you find them in Europe today, in the European Union, and I guess all of you know whom I'm talking about. But just to share with the audience what that means, and I think this is a very important concept and framework actually to use also in finding solutions. So basically, media capture, what does it mean in practice? It means four things. One is the regulation. Control of regulation, and here I'm talking about two key participants in the capture. One are obviously people in power, the governments, and the second, you need a business sector that is rallying to your causes and to control the media. So first of all, the first element is regulation. That is easy to control, especially in these parts of the world. I'm not going into that. You know that control over the governing structures is a key point. The second element is public media. And again, if you look, we have had a study on state media and public media in many countries in the world. Almost all the public media in this region lack editorial independence. And again, that is an area where it's very easy for governments to accede to control, because there are mechanisms in place to appoint people in their governing structures, management, and so on. The third element is public resources. And here, again, I'm not going to insist, this is a big issue you have. This is the allocation of public money to media and journalism outlets. And the biggest problem here is state advertising. There have been studies written about that. You live in that reality, so I'm not going to insist on that. And finally, the fourth element, and this is new because we had before concentration of ownership related problems and all that, but we haven't had, this is unprecedented what we see in many countries, which is takeover of many private media by businesses, usually oligarchic structures affiliated with the government. So now if you think about these four things, this is what we define as media capture. You control regulation, those who make laws and implement them. You control the public media, which in some countries are large institutions, including in this part of the world. You control the flow of money, of public money going into the media, and you give it to your friends. And fourth, you also start to actually buy private media. You don't need all of them, you can buy just a part of them. So for those of you, especially journalists living in such a context, just imagine that if you control these four things, there is no space to move, in fact, especially for journalism. So thinking about that, I really believe that is an issue, and it is an issue and the problem that has had already a 10-year history in some countries in this part of the world. I think it's a very important thing also for practical reasons, because if you really want to come up with solutions, I think you have to keep this in mind. You have to dismantle the system. You cannot just solve a problem, the problem of regulation, without solving the problem of public media and the other one. So I think it's important, and it's important because just think about the impact. First of all, on journalism, you see that the space for independent journalism in Hungary, for example, that was the case I mentioned, has shrunk incredibly in the past 10 years. Because of that, you don't have a space actually to do your job. And I guess it's the case also in this part of the world. The second is the impact on the financial value in journalism. And this is not only because, you know, again, if you control such a big part of the market, you control the value of the money. And unlike 10, 15 years ago, when we had concentration of ownership, today we have a concentration of finances in the media, and that is very problematic. It is very problematic because it takes money from your work. And secondly, it's very problematic for people like the guests in the morning who are supporting media, because in such a system, to actually make a difference, you have to invest massive amounts of money. And as soon as you do that, you have bigger investments from the local government. So basically, that evaluates your investments incredibly much. And finally, the impact on audiences, which is extremely important, of course. Coming from the research world, I admit that there is more to be done there. I think we have to look into actually what is the impact of such media captured environments on how people are informed. The easiest way to check that today that we have is the results of elections in all of these countries that have media captured structures. But I think more has to be done to actually map and study the impact of propaganda and captured media on audiences. And that is a very long.
Thank you very much. Evan, this seems to tie perfectly into what you were saying about Albania. So if you could, I would just like to give you a bit more time to develop the current situation here in the country under this keyword of media capture.
Well, the problem is that we are living in this actor role because I see that the audience not having this diversified, very diversified, let's say, ecosystem with decent media. They have only they have 600 or 700 portals, online media in Albania. Imagine what kind of ecosystem. There are perhaps 10 very good media I can mention right now, and people, of course, they are not investing trust in the media, and the media, if they are circulating ad-based content, they don't have this this need to make audience trust them, because normally they are gaining money without making any kind of effort, and then 600 they just employ 2 or 3 people that they are imagine what the artillery they can produce, and they can obfuscate good content and decent media. This is the biggest problem: losing the relation between media and audience. Because if you don't build trust, it's impossible. And of course, trust is building during time. You need time, you need good journalists, and of course you need transparency, and you need relations with media. And of course you have to develop other alternative models, which I mentioned before. I'm talking about subscription models, which here is very difficult. And why it's difficult? Because of this. Because of this, it's very difficult. A subscription model has their problem, because they become niche at certain time. They have these problems. But what worries me more, it worries that while Albania it's so far from the EU debate they are doing right now, it's very far. Have no connection, relation. Imagine that this discussion about EU regulation, I almost read them all, and you see that they consider like an ecosystem. When you come to Albania, you see these kinds of initiatives which are very segmented, initiated by the government or by agencies controlled by the government, and they are very specific. They are targeted. They want to destroy one service. They want to destroy one contribution, one function to the society. They are like weaponizing and using them like bullet to destroy and to infect the information ecosystem. This is the things I'm saying right now. But if you want to go to other threads, of course I can add more information. And imagine that the journalists here in Albania, media are totally polarized. You have a clickbait model, and the normative, it's all concentrated on media as an institution, but nothing with the content. Or they consider content if something is against the government. This is content. Everything else, it's not important and has no reason to take care.
Evan, thank you very much. Christina, staying in Albania, you have been working recently on a study about propaganda penetration in Albania and how not to link to this immediately.
Yes, thank you. And of course, I had many reactions coming from the other speeches, and thank you that you added at the very end of the state capture the propaganda element, because this is a very serious threat, especially in the countries of the region, but also in Albania, and the centralization of information and control of information from the state. And we know that in Albania it is especially visible through the ready-made tapes that government, prime minister, the mayor of Tirana, but the other central agencies distribute daily to the media by controlling the media content, but also through the development of the Media and Information Agency and other initiatives. And I'll mention also, before going to the disinformation, that yes, it's true that the pandemic and the conflict should have raised more concerns about how to study and information manipulation and what are the best tactics. And unfortunately, this discussion, it's not immediately translated in the region. Why? Because I don't believe that there are no good initiatives on fact-checking, but because differently from Norway, for example, the fact-checking organizations and media outlets doesn't need to go only against the social media let's say, content distributed by different actors, political actors, or even the citizens. But the main channel of distribution in Albania, and the studies show that, are the media, the traditional media themselves. And that is a major concern, because how the fact-checking initiatives can, let's say, fight such powerful means of distribution. We are not talking, and yet not arriving to the discussion how we should regulate different platforms and distribution channels. So yes, supported by the EU delegation, Björn is now running a study on the distribution of disinformation in Albania. And we are looking especially in the distribution of fake news and disinformation narratives related to the war in Ukraine. And even though we thought that Albania was quite immune, it's a country that has been always had very strong beliefs and stance toward EU and pro-US. We have been always characterized. And still we see that the spread of disinformation is very much, it's okay, it's larger than we thought. And this is very important to mention. This is very important also to further understand why it is happening. It is happening because direct involvement of foreign actors, or it is because we lack proper editorial structures. It's because we need more fact-checking organizations and initiatives, or we need to focus more in strengthening the fact-checking, let's say, steps that should be done by each organization, media organization within itself. So that will be a huge debate, but of course we'll have time in the upcoming months to present those findings and perhaps to bring this information, especially in relation to the foreign actors, in the public discourse, even in Albania, something that has been missing in the last years. Thank you.
Christina, thank you very much. Fact-checking was the last sort of part of your intervention, which immediately leads to Christopher, who also said earlier on, I remind you of that you have been naive back in the time. More on that later on, so maybe you connect these two dots.
Absolutely, and I think it's really interesting to hear Erwin and Christina address the situation. And as I said, we're naive everywhere because it's not perfect in Norway, although it's a fairy tale compared to this region. And I acknowledge that. When it comes to fact-checking on Balkans, I would say that some of the absolutely strongest and coolest, to use a word like that, fact-checking initiatives in Europe right now is flowering up in the Balkans. You have actually, I think every country in the Balkan region has their own fact-checking organization, and several have more fact-checking organization. They are growing robust and potent. They are doing really strong work, and they work together. And that is maybe one experience that's taken, because although mainstream media organizations are in all competitive, the fact-checking organizations in the world are always cooperating, are not working against each other, are working cross-border, cross-ethnicity, cross-entities, and they are working together because a lot of this disinformation is the same. It's just translated into a new narrative or to a local narrative. And also, I would say that the fact-checking organizations of the world, now just 2 weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago, 44 fact-checking organizations in Europe signed the first, I think, European ethical journalistic code of principles, securing fairness. No, it's not with Pointer. It's a European initiative by European fact-checkers. The Pointer, as you said, Pointer Institute and the International Fact-Checking Network has had an international code of principles which you have to sign and you have to live. You are measured every single year. And if you do not withhold fairness, non-partisanship, transparency, you are kicked out. And this is also for the European Commission and for the European Union and for other kind of grant holders there. You should work with these organizations to secure that the money you funnel into journalism are funneled into these institutions which are really upholding a higher standard to journalism. And like in Serbia, I think you have 3 fact checkers right now doing good work. And I mean, also mainstream media institutions should work together with these local fact checkers in order to see how can we rise our standard, but also how can we work with this distributing this important journalism. And I think also as Christine is representing the investigative journalism network is to acknowledge that fact checking is part of journalism, it's part of investigative journalism, and it's something that every newsroom should benefit for doing, because it's not only important journalistic, it's actually quite exciting journalism which people read. And this is good for advertisers. Our fact checks has an in-screen time of 4 or 5 minutes, which is like amazing compared to normal online news out there. And this is why mainstream news organizations in Norway is using our fact checks. They are embedding our fact checks, not because they are doing charity for us, but because they see that these stories that they post has a lot longer in-screen time than normal news. That's beneficial for their advertisers, so that's revenue. You have to think kind of in a new way to implement this, but it starts with having a higher standard to get a better ethical framework, to force that in. And I think that's where the institutions like the EU or European Commission in this work has a role, because they could maybe actually force the projects they fund to be part of a higher standard. They could force the platforms to pay more attention. And that leads me to the last point, transparency, as you said, mapping. We have no idea what's going on online. Nobody controls what's on Facebook, what's on TikTok, and we have no way to measure it. And this year they will end CrowdTangle, which has been the only partially transparent tool in measuring how Facebook is influencing the public discourse. They will scrap it. Now the Facebook has laid out 11,000 people just the last 24 hours. One of them is the director of the news integrity team, which is also the director of the fact-checking team in Facebook. So we have no idea how that is going to do. Twitter has been cubed by a billionaire who has his own ideas of transparency. TikTok is owned by China. Where is the demand for knowing how these platforms are influencing not only my country, but Albania, Serbia? Not even the governments of these countries have any idea who's really controlling the narratives. So this is also another aspect where institutions like the EU is important, because they are probably the only ones today capable of forcing that kind of transparency, which is key for us to work as journalists or fact checkers with this environment. I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much. And again, so much for self-regulation, of course. I saw you rather nodding several times. Do you want to react to this immediately?
I absolutely agree on that. And I think for me, an important point on propaganda and disinformation, it is to a large extent a consequence of the distribution mechanism, as you said, through the platforms. But I think what we have to acknowledge that there is a structure quite usually behind this. There is somebody who is trying to push a particular narrative. So these are maligned actors that are acting and are trying to damage journalism, they're trying to damage democracy. And I think that's an important element to point out. And I agree with you, Christoph, in terms of, yes, there is a strong element that the EU can play here, not just in the region, but globally. And the Digital Services Act is probably an important step forward in terms of transparency. But I think we need much more transparency in terms of the platforms and how we are being governed by the platforms and how our free speech is being governed by the platforms. Quite often we talk about laws, that are detrimental to free speech. For me, it's even more appalling that 2.3 billion people, over 2.5 billion people, are governed by community standards, and I wonder which community created them, which were not created. We might have problems with laws. Laws are sometimes opaque, are difficult, but at least they're transparent. There is an appeal mechanism. There is judiciary. There are international mechanisms that you can appeal to if a country is damaging your human rights. In most of these platforms, you have no appeal mechanism. The laws and the rules are not made transparently. Facebook, for all its problems, at least has some mechanisms for a recourse mechanism. They created this board and so on. When I looked at some of the platforms, they don't even have rules. Some of them say whatever we don't like gets taken off. So these are also, that's a whole new element, I think, globally, that also affect many people also in the region, that we need to be aware of, that we are being governed by a new layer of laws, and our free speech is part of this.
Yeah, I want to jump a little bit, because there's also the topic of professionalization, which is part of it. And I think you've done various research on that. Perhaps you can develop a little bit how the standard of professional training is here in the region.
Yes, I think that's a part of a much bigger discussion. As I mentioned, the trends that we have seen in the region and some other parts in Eastern Europe have to do not only with the access to information and how journalists work, but of course with the quality of the profession. And of course, there are many problems that if you at some point a year ago, while we were studying media capture, we looked at countries with very high levels of capture, and actually what you see a sector that is controlled by governments and oligarchs, where people, journalists, they come themselves, and we are talking a large number of journalists, represent and do propaganda for the government. And this is one big sector as part of an ecosystem, and the other one is shrinking, as I mentioned. So if you look at that, increasingly for a number of years, we live in two, as we call it, two worlds of journalism. One, the independent journalism that is pushed to the fringes, especially in this region, and then we have a system that tries to legitimate itself as a journalistic system represented by state media, by captured media, by organizations funded by the state with strings aligned, where of course the quality of the professional standards decreases, not to speak that disappears a lot. We in fact engaged and had some discussions with journalists working in some state media in the region and also in other countries in Eastern Europe, and they really believe in their mission. One of them told me that their mission is to promote the policies of the government, and this is a part of their new journalistic standards. And I think this is very serious, because we actually witness, a breakup, a very uneven breakup of the profession, not everywhere, but in many countries, where you have a sector that is propaganda-led and funded by governments and companies that are linked to them, and then you have, the other part of the independent journalism that is surviving on the fringes, or many of them doing great work through the investigative journalism networks that operate in the region as well. So that is very problematic, and I think it has a long-term impact on actually coming back to the issue of audiences, of how people consume news and what kind of information they have access to. And of course, that has a lot to do with solutions. How do you address that? I think that's a very important issue. Again, in some of our engagements and discussions with experts and people have this impression that, we have a media captured environment in one country, and if we are lucky in the next elections, then everything will be okay. The capture will disappear and everything will be great. From tomorrow, we'll have great journalism. No, we will not have. This is a system that has been entrenched and built for more than a decade, with really bad consequences for how people are informed. Many people actually trust the state media. And in fact, the source of this information, the key source of this information in the region is government-controlled media, which is a vast system. So I think we have a problem there, not only with the professionalization and the standards in the profession, but again with the structural problems that affect the media. And if they are not dealt with, I think we are going into a very dark, how should we call it, hole.
Very, very dark outlook. We have a little more than 15 minutes left, so I would like to open to questions from the audience. And there is immediately two questions there. First, the gentleman sitting there, the lady afterwards.
Hello, my name is Lutfi Dervishi. I've been working as a journalist for the last 30 years. And I wonder how we came in a day where we have to do fact checking if the earth is flat or round. The second thing is that Marius was mentioning media capture. And probably in case of Albania, the question should be the other way around. Is the government captured by media? In addition to what Erwin and Christina said, one of the challenges from the local perspective here is we live in a day where the officials of the government, officials of local power, celebrities, corporate leaders are becoming media themselves. And they produce high quality content. And this high quality content is distributed to mainstream media or traditional media without being labeled as such. And that is a problem, especially when it comes to elections. So the people really don't know that elections are reported by political parties themselves, and the journalists are not even being allowed to be present. The second thing is the environment in which we live, as was mentioned by the panelists, the influence of the social media. We are not the only source of information to the people, and now it's a question of trust. Whom people are going to trust? The government is blaming media in order to damage the reputation of the media. And the last factor is that we never mention, but it's I think it's high time to talk about it. It's corruption within the media. Without cleaning our house first, we cannot pretend to ask for better rules of the games from the other factors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Christoph, you wanted to react immediately.
Yeah, to the question one, the flat earth society. I think, because I wanted to say something about this, I think you're addressing something really, really important. And that hangs together with the celebrities, the social media, etc. The key here is media literacy. That is why. The lack of media literacy and media literacy training at school, but also for adult people, we take for granted, we being news people, we take for granted that people understand the difference from a blogger and a journalist, from a real independent newspaper and a propagandist, but they don't. How many, I mean, of the journalists here, how many have a sustainable media literacy program in their news organizations? No one. One. That's amazing.
Two.
How? Where are the teachers? Where are the schools? Where are the children of the next generation? The people that you want to read your news tomorrow or the next year, to understand that that is why they have to pay for news, is because that's quality. Now, it's so important. And for another thing, why is this important for us as well? Because a lot of us are struggling to get teeny bits and pieces of the cultural budgets around there, because often media is under the cultural budgets. Educational budgets are much larger. So it's actually a way to fund your quality journalism, is to have media literacy programs, because it's much easier. To be frank, nobody likes to pay journalists. They hate us, but they love their children. So they will put more money into media literacy than they will do for quality news. So that is a secret I'm telling you today. It's easier to fund a media literacy program than to fund fact checking. So that is answer for your first question. The other ones, I think someone else could do.
We'll have somebody tomorrow, very, very interesting person in one of the panels tomorrow on that. Really a great initiative. But there was another question right behind.
Yeah, hello, I am Elida Zulbari. I come from North Macedonia, Foundation Metamorphosis. I would like to relate to what we are talking about, media literacy and fact-checking. We started fact-checking 11 years ago, but we started small, like keeping the politician accountable, because their promises were spread all over and people didn't know how to check them. But then we continued on fact-checking the media content, because we saw that in order for people to hold politicians accountable, they have to have verified information. And all this mess with fake news started like 10 years ago with bigger content, with online also social media. And then we continued on media literacy, because we saw that's not enough. And we started doing also, besides debunking, media literacy programs. And then we saw that's not enough. So we continued also mapping the actors, the malign actors that also bring mess to all this mess that it's created. We are here, our partners are here. We're cooperating with 5 other fact-checking networks. We're from North Macedonia and our partners are here. And it's called Disinformation Western Balkans Disinformation Hub Center. But my question is, all of this is okay. We are doing what we can. And then you said that we haven't won the war yet, and it's so true. But how can we win it? Do you think that this is a question for Christopher, because you're coming from more advanced country? Do you think that more holistic approach is needed, like including all the actors in the society, media owners, institutions, the state, EU institutions, and everyone that we can think of, because the war on disinformation, it's far from over. Thank you.
How can we win the war?
Yeah, I mean, the description you have of your organization is really a description, an older and even more robust description of what we've been doing in Norway. So I really love it. The mapping, the media literacy, all these things are linked together. And as you said, we have to engage the whole society, all actors, to work for this common good. And I think that's why we are here as well, invited for this conference, because there are actors there that generally, I think, believe that this is important to save kind of society and democracy against these conflicting but often evil actors trying to rip our narrative apart. So I think that is the most important, one of the most important things we can do today. And I think also, as someone mentioned here, like there's different from regulation and laws and to force transparency. I think there are I mean, you can't outlaw fake news, obviously. It's, someone has tried, even, European countries are trying to outlaw, but we have to work with media literacy so people themselves can understand what is quality news, what is reality and what is not. And that is a long way to go, but I think we have to do that work in every way.
Thank you very much. Andres, you wanted to say something. Is there a microphone around?
Thank you very much. So actually, my question and comment is very much built on the comment and questions by the last speaker. The first 4, I already said about, we discussed with Christopher about media literacy issues. I'm so quasi fighting against financing media literacy. Why? Because normally one should use exactly funds from to supporting education reform in these countries for media literacy. Because I would hate that funds which are meant to, earmarked for supporting independent media are suddenly transferred to promote media literacy. So, but because unless we have independent media with quality productions, these I would say media literate public will have nothing to consume. So this is a small comment. And in fact, I'm very thankful to Christopher for sort of suggestion for the donors and also for the European Commission to cooperate with European fact-checking network in order to screen potential beneficiaries. In fact, so our program implemented by GIS team, so sitting here in the morning, already do something, because we have introduced among selection criteria also compulsory participation in self-regulation mechanism, sort of exposure to quality checks. That's something new, which has not been among selection criteria for our programs before. But I think we will see, not for this program, so criteria are formulated, agree, but further on, so that we can build on your suggestion. But question was, so to say, and again, building on the previous speaker, what you do what would you do, Factisk would do with fake news produced by political personalities in Norway, if there are anything like this?
Oh yeah, that's what we started with, politicians and news organizations, especially our owners, because when we started, when we were like funded by our owners, people were like, oh, you're just going to be, you know, fact checking the enemies of your newspapers or news organizations. So the first thing we did was to fact check our own owners, and that was embarrassing for them, and it was tough for us. But you have to start somewhere. Politicians in Norway are being fact-checked. They hate it just like politicians everywhere else in the world. Now, again, it's a fairy tale. So the worst thing that can happen to us, that the politicians are publicly stating that we are, you know, we are stupid, that we are destroying politics. Of course, you know, oh, why you are flattening the political discussion. We have to be colorful in order for people to understand, blah, blah, blah. But 6 years on, we see concrete results that the politicians are now much more fact-checking themselves before they come with statements, because they know they will be fact-checked. We have concrete measurements that journalists in Norway are taking an extra check before they publish the stories. I think it's like as much as 1 in 4 journalists in Norway are thinking of the possibility of being fact-checked before they publish a story. So they are scrutinizing their own work before they publish it, which is a change from 6 years ago. Also, I wanted to add one thing. The experience of working together this way, because we were talking about Ukraine and the flood of potential disinformation and the need for verification. Because of this cooperation, we managed this year, just 2 weeks after the Ukraine wars broke out, we put together a verification hub, because verification in OSINT journalism, as we know, is really hard. Only a few people are really experts on this. And so in Norway, all the news organizations were trying to build kind of small OSINT teams to verify the same imagery, Bucha pictures, all you've seen, all the terrible pictures, and to verify the stories in every single. And they said, hey, why don't you build a verification hub? And we can work together there. So for the last year, we've had 12 news organizations sending their best people to our office to work together to verify the Ukraine war, something that would be impossible to think of 6 years ago. But now it's possible, because they have, within the 6 years, learned that it is possible to cooperate about the important matters, which is not something to compete about, you know, the truth. So, yeah.
And I think even though it seems that you had different point of views, it's almost the same. The difference is that you see your role as very central in advancing professional journalism and building capacities within the existing media outlets. And this was the debate before. I mean, we cannot have just fact-checking. We cannot have programs just on media literacy without investing further in professional journalism and independent journalism. So these initiatives should go hand by hand altogether, otherwise it will be almost impossible to see results. So I think you agree on that topic.
Fran, you wanted to say something?
Maybe just to add to that, related to what you said, I think it's fact checking in disinformation is an important element, but I think we have to also understand that there is an atmosphere where journalism is being attacked verbally, where journalists are being themselves accused of being sources of disinformation. And so it comes back to my point on safety. And I think that's also a prerequisite. So while fact checking and disinformation is an important societal problem, I think we have to come back to the fact that journalism needs a safe environment to operate. And that's where I would be.
And to invest in still increasing again the trust in journalism and journalists. And perhaps in the Balkans, we love to do the differentiation between media because we see them most related with the media owners and journalists. So we have to keep it always in mind.
Tiana, you wanted to raise a question.
It's more of a comment about media literacy that you pointed out. I think it's really important to always mention information and digital literacy with it, and science literacy as well. On your point to how we have come to the point that we need to fact check if the Earth is round. We really do, because it's a growing movement, and it's insane that it is come to that, but it has come to that. So these are the things that I know it sounds maybe like going into like details about terminology, but I do think it's important, because these things are severely lacking, especially in the older generations. Like their digital literacy is super low, and they are really like prey to a lot of things, not just disinformation, but also hoaxes and etc. Another thing is, I think has already been made by you, and that's that media literacy and investing in media should not be seen as in competition with each other, because media literacy and other literacies are investment into the future and building resilience for the generations to come as well, while having quality information now is something that puts out the fires that are currently burning, and there's a lot of that happening. And maybe one about the safety of journalism. I think that safety of fact checkers should also be mentioned in these types of venues, because it has been neglected a lot and it has gotten really bad for us. The pandemic has made it really bad for us. So we're like seen as part of these insane conspiracies and threatened with, you know, everything from death attacks to being, I don't know, prosecuted by the peoples in the street when the awakened, you know, masses take the power away from whomever is in charge in their mind, Bill Gates. So yeah, this is something that like a string of journalism that is not seen as much as being on the front line as the reporting on investigative journalism, but it is really, it's really bad in our, you know, shoes as well.
Totally. Thank you very much. Blariana wanted to ask a question, and this is, I think, unfortunately the last question we can take, because we're already at the end of the session.
I just cannot agree more with what Jana said, and that was my first comment before the question, because this became like an issue of quality of content and media literacy, like the chicken and the egg, who came first and second. I mean, we talked about audience changing their consumption, their behaviors. We are seeing that media converged, social media. We talked about technology, digital literacy, very important, and so on. We can have good quality content of the media, and that is very important, and we need to work for that. But without demand from audiences for good quality content, then we are not going so far. So I think media and information literacy cannot be left as secondhand, but are as important as independent and quality media, regarding to all that has been said. My second question, but I guess now it's too late, because it was mentioned COVID and war in Ukraine, and of course other crises most probably will come up as well. These have exacerbated existing challenges, have expanded the concept of what is vulnerability, but also what is safety of journalists, but not journalists only those working in media organization traditionally as we think of them, but journalists, freelancers, fact checkers, bloggers, and so on and so forth. Is there a way, and how can we look forward and build some resilience and empower journalists or media organization from niche to most institutionalized one to cope with upcoming challenges and crises and adapt to them in the future? I guess there is not much time, but maybe there is room for us to reflect in the other panels as well.
Yeah, well, I think the support is needed there, obviously, and there is a lot to say. We don't have time for that. But because you spoke about freelancers, I'm taking the second question and thoughts. I think that is very important because you see a problem. Part of these captured environments and of the systemic and structural problems, you have a problem as an independent journalist. You basically have a place to work or not tomorrow. You have a profession or not. We have a lot of journalists, in fact, in many EU countries who have actually left their profession because there was no way to continue their work. So there is a big problem. Support is there, is very important there. But because we have people who support that, I think one thing that we have noticed and is very important, and it speaks to many of the things that were discussed here, including polarization and the fight between the two worlds of journalism, is we have noticed two approaches of donors to journalism. One, we call them reactive journalism and to corrective journalism. You have reactive is investigative journalism networks and investigative journalists doing that work, and there has been a lot of support going there, which is great because we need this segment. This segment is documenting the wrongdoing and corruption across the region, so this has to be supported. When it comes to corrective, we have a lot of the fact-checking, people who are making sure they correct, they fact-check and ensure that the health of the infosphere. And again, we have, as you say, movements of in this field. And again, the support has to be there. The two have to go together. But if you think about these environments with capture media and a lot of propaganda in the middle, you don't have the normal, how shall I call it, the proactive sector, just news journalism. Nobody's actually funding that. That is the field that is occupied by propaganda. When people switch on the television, especially in rural areas or local areas, they will go to the people and media outlets that are funded by the government. And nobody's actually looking into that. Of course, there is an audience for investigative journalism. And as I said, that's really important. That's a base. This documentation is great. And the networks operating in the region are great. The fact-checking movement is absolutely fantastic for the work that has been done over the past years. But the main field, the mainstream news production unit is capture. And that's a big problem. Again, sorry to be so negative, but it has impact on a very long term, I would say.
Thank you very much. I think we wrap up here. We conclude this first panel. Now see you back because there is a coffee break. Coffee is served on both sides. See you back at 4:45 for two more panels. And all the discussants are around still. So if you have more questions, grab them during the coffee break. Thank you very much. Well, thank you for yeah. on to hardcore ringing the bells, which to a certain extent worked. So welcome and very many thanks to all of those who are already in the room. Welcome to today's second discussion, which is called I just do this now, like very aggressively starting this panel already while half of the audience is already outside, hoping that this will attract everybody inside. Anyway, I'm doing this. Welcome to the second panel, which is called Addressing Information Manipulation and Foreign Interference. It's a shorter panel, which is another reason to insist on the timing. And I will skip all sort of lengthy introduction. I'm standing in your way, which is also unpolite. But still, what are we talking about when we say information manipulation and foreign interference? Now, yesterday I should probably have spent my day preparing this panel and the other panels. What I did, as probably many of you, was that I hysterically checked all the nitty-gritty of the outcome of the midterm elections. And again, I thought, like, information manipulation and foreign interference, this is where we are. And there's not even this region standing out. It's happening in the US. And bro, if you did the same, you got the confirmation of what you already knew. Information manipulation and foreign interference is a huge threat to democracy. So this is happening in the US, it's happening in the European Union, and of course, this is happening here in the region too. And it's also a challenge we've been coping with for quite a while already. It still feels strange to do this, like bang, 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 while people are still being outside. And anyway, it's a challenge we've been coping with for quite a time already, and it has, of course, been exacerbated since the start of Russia's war in Ukraine. So that's sort of among the things we'll be talking about in this panel. And let me introduce our very distinguished speakers. Tiana Svetichanin, who is a member of the editorial board of Riskrinkavanje from Bosnia and Herzegovina. And you have brought us a video. So let's start with that before I introduce you guys.
This information is really dangerous, and it helps taking away people's lives during the war. When the pandemic broke out, it once again started endangering people's lives. My name is Tiana Svetichanin. My work is called fact-checking. We saw this huge viral outbreak of complete nonsense about what was happening to all of us. And people were believing it in such large numbers that we quickly built this network with regional fact checkers and started helping each other to debunk false information. I came to Sarajevo as a part of something that was called the Peace Caravan. It was a group of peace activists from all of the former Yugoslavian countries who traveled together to restore real peace. Here in the Balkans, we have seen firsthand what this information can do, how it can be used as a weapon, how it can be used to steer animosities between ethnic groups. It's a tool of war. This is a global issue that requires global solutions. So global actors, such as predominantly tech companies, have a huge role to play in that. They create this product that is great for a lot of people, but with this product, they also create a lot of pollution that poisons your mind. So we're really trying to raise the level of media literacy. You as a user have not just the responsibility, but you also have a great power. That is your like, that is your share, that is your comment and your click in fight against disinformation. If you're a part of a bigger union, like the European Union, you are a more important actor, and a lot of good things can be done with that leverage that you have.
Well, a good call to the European Union, of course. And I'm sort of impressed by the appealing aesthetics and the appalling content of this video, which is, I think, really, really well done. We also have Agon Maliki, the creator and co-founder of the Spunker website and many, many more things from Kosovo. And we have Rashan Jelnikov, which I'm very bad in pronunciation, the program director of SRTA, the Center for Research, Transparency and Accountability from Serbia. Now for this round, because it's shorter, we didn't speak about any formal sort of introduction statements, but still I would like to start with the first round, like asking everybody to explain a bit their activities and how they're linked, of course, to what we're debating here, information manipulation and foreign interference. So Rasha, SRTA, the acronym of your research center, has an actual meaning. Is this working? Is it on?
It works? Okay. Yeah. My name is Rasha Nedeljkov, and I'm an activist with the organization SRTA. We believe that we are democracy defenders, and in a group of more than now 60 people back in Belgrade, we have activists, journalists, researchers, analysts who are trying from different angles and ways to actually fight for democracy in Serbia. However bleached that term might be appealing these days. One of the things that we started now, it was a long time ago, it was like 15 years ago, was trying to hold politicians to account. And also, like the colleague from North Macedonia explained, as the activists, you ended up from doing one thing and trying to cope and fight with all of these influences. And now we ended up in trying to actually fight disinformation, not because of the influences of any particular country in Serbia or in the region, but because we see it as an important tool in bringing down democracy in Serbia, serving perfectly to authoritarian hands and forces that are trying to exploit quite fertile ground for spreading disinformation, and actually working on bringing Serbia further from the EU. So actually, I will be talking about how the mechanisms of disinformation, what are the channels, who are the main actors, who are the main propagators, and how it's influencing public opinion in Serbia these days, and where it will lead us.
Thank you very much. Agon, I introduced you as a creator and co-founder of Spunker, of the Spunker website, but you're also an international consultant on conflicts. To make it very short, which gives you, of course, very much an inside view, as well as a perspective on the broader picture when it comes to information manipulation and interference. So perhaps a few words on your activities and how they're tied to the topic we're debating.
Sure. Zbunker has a bit of a meaning. I would also like to give a shout out to Krenar Gashi, who is now moved on the donor side. He was here on the first panel now with the EED. We formed it together. It's a word play. In Albanian, if you add an S in front of a word, it's a negation. So it's not a bunker. And it's also, our mission was, through the blog to kind of fight polarization, entrenched thinking, sort of domestically. But then it kind of also evolved into a bit of a think tank, working regionally, but also broadly in the Western Balkans, looking at how foreign influence works and the threats to democracy are working, are undermining democracy in the region. So my work is, either for the organization or individually as a consultant, work looking at conflict areas, not just in the Balkans, now also in the South Caucasus. I have these two hats. One is the media hat, which is, not on the journalism angle, but more on the commentary, because we're more of a commentary analysis blog. But also this security and conflict angle, that one really helps to understand how foreign influence works. So it gives you the broader strategic frame, in order to understand, how foreign influence is working, you first have to understand what the goals of these foreign actors are. And then from that, deduce, use some deductive method to kind of look at sort of the narratives they're pushing, and then also how they're pushing them, sort of what are their strategic communications efforts. And if you look at it globally, you see patterns, you see them in the Caucasus, especially looking at how Russia is working, you see the similar patterns, the similar tools. Today I'd like to maybe talk about, maybe almost like a case study in one of the topics that I follow more closely, and that is particularly the Serbia-Kosovo dialogue. And, the ways, for example, Russia has historically continuously tried to undermine that, and just to kind of to showcase how that foreign manipulation works and how it interferes in the domestic information environment.
Thank you very much. Tiana Raskin-Cavalle, and how, perhaps a few words on the activities and how you're confronted with information manipulation.
Sure. First, I want to say I'm very happy to be here. Way less happy about being the only woman on stage for the third consecutive panel. But that being said, thank you. Yes. Oh, yes, you do. We've started as Krinkavanje in 2017. This is our second fact-checking portal. We have started working like 20 years ago, mainly in the area of government accountability and civic activism. And Istinomer is kind of like was a bit of an inspiration for us to create a very similar project in 2010 that dealt with politicians and their statements in a very similar way. But then in 2017, we did an entirely new methodology with another partner, Krik from Serbia, and started this like disinformation debunking website. And when you do that, it's really, really hard to not notice the influence of these narratives that you mentioned, that have a pattern, that have a repeating pattern, I would say, in different places in the world. For example, in 2019, we did this research where we used the machine learning algorithm to dig through our database of the stuff that we rated as false or misleading, and realized that in this hub, this very interconnected hub of websites that take this information from each other and peddle it further, there are two very strong connecting points. One is Sputnik in Serbia. That's like the Serbian version of this global media project of the Russian government, and RTRS, the public broadcaster in Republika Srpska, the entity in Bosnia. So you already on that level, there's a footprint that is very hard to miss. During the pandemic, this was something that kind of took a bit of a, I would say, it was less prominent in a way. But when the invasion on Ukraine started, we saw it really kind of flourishing again. And through this network of fact checkers that we have, the C-Check network that covers that has 7 organizations covering 5 countries in the region. We also kind of dug a bit through the data that we saw and that we obtained by fact checking, and saw a lot of similarities and a lot of how to say, well, the patterns that we knew from before. The one that I would like to mention, the most noticeable one being that tabloids from Serbia and these like fringe websites and anonymous websites from Serbia are the most proliferant source of disinformation of political nature in the Balkans, confirming what we already saw from the research in 2019. So that's like the global frame, like the broad frame of how we encounter this, but there are of course details that we can go into further in the discussion.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I would like, as a journalist, I would like to kick off with a bit of a newsy sort of thing that zooms a bit out of the region, rather international, and building this up to make it interesting. When I was preparing this, I thought about like these last days and weeks about 2 people who sort of perfectly incarnate the recent trends, and that is Elon Musk, who has already been mentioned earlier, but also Evgeny Prigozhin, who, well, has Musk, who had bought, of course, for those who haven't followed, that's Twitter, and who then went on tweeting blatant disinformation to his more than 100 million followers, and tweeting election recommendations and all together. And Evgeny Prigozhin, the founder of the Russian paramilitary, military Wagner group, who claimed openly to have meddled in the past in US elections and vows to continue doing so. So I wanted to ask you all 3, like these 2 people and the trends, it's not about the people, of course, it's about the trends they sort of show. What do you think, what do you see these mean for, well, your country, for the region at large? Maybe Tiana, we start with you.
So the thing that we're seeing is that a lot of these narratives that come from Russian sources are actually very similar and intertwined with local narratives, such as, I don't know, nationalist ideologies or anti-Western ideologies. And they will receive a lot of visibility and organic support, which is not necessarily instructed or a result of any kind of a coordinated action from outside. It is sadly something that has already taken roots and it's now growing on its own in the region. On its own, with kind of a reserve to that, because it has been, you know, watered by the political elites that are kind of, you know, dictating the public discourse by the media capture that we heard a lot about today. So this is something that is going hand in hand a lot in the region, and the influence that these types of sources have is so strong and so immense in my view because of that, because these are the ideologies and the narratives that kind of feed off of each other in the region. This is especially easy to do. You don't really even need to invest a lot to kind of have them, you know, spread.
I always hesitate to use the word cultural, but can one say that this has become sort of a cultural strata? It's of course not something that roots like back in history, but something which is now established as an existing culture of seeing the world.
Yeah, I appreciate being cautious about that word.
Yeah.
I would say it's ideological because it's produced by ideology apparatus from the, you know, the states that we have been being established in the past 30 years. So I would rather go for that word.
Very, very fair point. Agon, Prigozhin and Musk.
Well, you know, it's really concerning because one of the key things some actors, for example, particularly Russia, do is fuel polarization in almost every country, whatever type of polarization there is, or even between countries. And these algorithms, somebody called them polarization machines or something like that, you know, they are the real monsters. And even in countries like Kosovo, and Kosovo is a particular case, and also Albania, you know, compared to the other parts of the Balkans, where, for example, Russia, you know, there is no pro-Russian sentiment in public opinion, you know, so there is no Sputnik, you know, there are no direct avenues, you know. Even in this context, Russia manages to, it's sometimes it's hard to verify or prove, but you notice certain patterns, some inauthentic behavior that seems very suspicious. And these polarization, with a lot of the conversation going through social media, and under the control of a small number of hands who do not have credibility of information or anything, but as an interest, but rather just either political or other economic interest. This is really dangerous, and and we're seeing this now. For example, on Twitter with what's happening in Kosovo the past week. There's now a considerable number of Twitter accounts, maybe 100 or 200 in Albanian. A lot of the times you can notice that, and we were discussing earlier with a couple of colleagues, that they are Google translated, and you notice the patterns, you notice what the goals are. They are usually trying to antagonize Kosovo with its Western allies, usually trying to sow doubt on the dialogue with Serbia, trying to undermine the dialogue. And this is happening on Twitter, and then sometimes you even have some fake profiles, fake names, who some media then claim as international analysts. Then they go into some of these portals. This international analyst said, who is not really even an analyst, and it just flows, and it's complete chaos. And so the social media angle will be absolutely very, very detrimental. I don't have any answers on how how we can handle that.
No, the first round, really, the question was not answers to the problem, but rather what sort of do you associate to these two trends embodied by these two people, Rasha?
Well, I think that one of the specificities for Serbia is that we don't need that much of the foreign influence to create this information and to influence political events in a negative way for democracy. Just in year 2022, right? We analyzed more than 40,000 media pieces from the most influential media outlets in Serbia. We are talking about the traditional media, but also the online media. And in those more than 40,000 articles, we measured, are they promoting any of the big foreign countries or entities like EU, China, Russia, United States, and NATO? And we weren't surprised, but this is part of the trend that we actually realized that for years in Serbia, media that is directly under the control of the government is undermining EU. So the vast majority of those articles that are not neutral, completely without any kind of emotions, they are portraying EU in a negative way, which only increased with the start of the war in Ukraine. On contrary, when it comes to Russia or China, those articles that have some kind of a bias, they are building the positive bias towards Russia or China. And when we analyzed those articles for possible disinformation, more than 70% of them actually, of those articles with the disinformation were working or trying to undermine the West. So not to promote Russia itself or China, but to undermine the Western countries, where EU, of course, is one of those main actors. And then we also analyzed who are the sources of those articles. And you would be surprised or not that 70% of those media pieces with possible disinformation are coming from the Serbian media. And who are the interlocutors in those media pieces? Vast majority are coming from the state, so state officials or state-affiliated pundits or analysts, how we like to call them, who are analyzing for the public what is actually happening. And we also did analysis in a sense of how Serbian citizens are informing themselves. So basically, those who are saying that are informing them from traditional or online portal, traditional media or online portals. So 17% of citizens in Serbia are informing themselves from the pro-government media. Only 6% are exclusively informing themselves from social media. So the traditional media, I'm meaning TV stations, are by far the number one. And how those media form the public opinion in Serbia when it comes to the EU or the Russia or the war in Ukraine. Well, we measure that through the public opinion that is still not published. It will be published most probably next week. We asked citizens, what do they think about the EU? Would we, as Serbia, on referendum this Sunday, vote for joining the EU? No, we would not. 45% of Serbian citizens said no. With a little bit of a campaign, which we don't see, we certainly would. But right now, the space of those people who are ambivalent, who are becoming indifferent towards the EU is the biggest growing portion in our society. And those people are informing themselves from the media that are under direct control of the state. And we also did even a bit deeper analysis, because it's hard to influence private media, right? Let's focus on a public broadcast service. So we analyzed from those people who are informing themselves from the RTS, Radio Televizija Serbia, the national broadcast public service, how do they think about the EU? They are more negative about the EU than they are positive towards the EU. They would not impose sanctions against Russia. They think that Ukraine is responsible with the US and NATO for the war in Ukraine, not Russia. So this is how our public service is interpreting reality for Serbian citizens. And I also wanted to actually to link with the previous discussions that we had with how advertisers are actually influencing or responsible for the media situation in Serbia. The number one advertiser in 2020 is German company, advertised in media that are, as I just said, undermining the EU. Lidl, German company, is the number one advertiser in 2020 on TV stations. Now, first 5 TV stations in Serbia, all of them by the reach, by the influence, are controlled directly by the government, who are undermining the EU. So this kind of ecosystem in Serbia is quite specific, maybe in the Western Balkans, because for all of the negative efforts to undermine the EU are actually coming from the governments, not one, but governments that are formally for joining the EU.
Thank you. Tiana, you
A
want to
short
react?
follow-up to
Yeah.
some of the things that Rasha said. The interesting thing that we saw in Bosnia, for example, is you have media from Republika Srpska, which are tightly controlled by the ruling party that is openly aligning with Russia politics and Vladimir Putin as such. And you would expect those sources to peddle these narratives, and they do. But what also happens is that the media that are commercial media that are not under such strict or any political control in the Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina that does not share the same ideology still helps this propaganda out of the I don't know how to call this without being like rude, but like not good media practices and standards. So for example, we saw a very heightened activity of Russian official sources, such as the Russian embassy that is going wild on social networks and publishing things like there are laboratories in Ukraine where, you know, they're trying to create biological weapon targeting Russian DNA and stuff like that, like science fiction narratives. And then when a Russian embassy publishes something like that, this is republished by the media, which are not, again, a part of this ideological cloud, but they just see it as a clickable thing. That's one level of the problem. Another one is that some of them, unfortunately, are genuinely not able to tell credible from non-credible sources.
So you're speaking about journalists.
Yes. Yeah. And editors, which is way worse. And the thing that we saw is you would have, like, I don't know, a Russian military general, whatever he is, saying something like there's a nuclear threat coming from Ukraine, which is obvious nonsense. And then this is published in all of the media, in most of the media in Bosnia. And then when it's fact checked by us and we have like a feedback, a reaction from the media that we fact checked and said like, no, this is not true. There's no nuclear threat coming from Ukraine. We would get a comment, something like, but it's been said by an official source. So this is something that's really, really hard to kind of dismantle. I think it's a bit better now because I think now they realize that, like, no, this is not a credible source. It doesn't matter that he has, you know, a title in a, no, I mean, no, this is like a high-ranking military person in a country that is invading another country. Do you really want to treat this as a credible news source? So those types of things are also a problem in this context. Not just the fact that you are openly aligned with the politics or like a tiny part of a machine that you described in Serbia. So this is something that is also dangerous. And about the ads, this is something that I also wanted to say, is that we've recently cooperated with ProPublica, which is a great investigative outlet from the States, and they went into thousands of articles containing this information, a lot of it about Ukraine, and saw that the average percentage of that type of content that has Google ads is way, way higher in the Balkans than anywhere else in the world, which brings us back to the fact of how standards are being applied in English language versus other languages, small languages, places in the world that they see as small irrelevant markets, and how content moderation is being applied in any of these and all of these platforms when you compare, you know, places where they really care about how they are perceived in their public image. And some of these ads and some of these websites were disconnected after this article was published. So it's not impossible to do. It's just, you just need to be contacted by someone that you see as relevant for your public image, which I hope Lidl will also see after you publish your results.
Agon, you nodded when Tiana was speaking about these crazy narratives trickling down in established news. Is that something you observe also?
I mean, I think in general, in the Balkans general, but also in Kosovo specifically, I think somebody mentioned in the previous panel that this information was mostly a foreign imposting. I think most of this information is locally and organic, as Tiana mentioned. We have authentic, organic debates within our societies, and sometimes these narratives fit whatever are Russian goals, and then you see Russian entities or mechanisms sort of just amplifying them. So a lot of this information is just like that. So we need to kind of disentangle some of these things. But I do think we need to be more careful, and what editors need to be careful, even of more serious media, is that how when some of these strategic moments. That's why the Kosovo-Serbia dialogue is important. Whenever things start heating up, whenever there is either some tension or we're getting closer to some sort of agreement, this is where things really flare up and things become more intentional. So you have media falling for traps. So in Kosovo, they're getting more careful now, but you have them falling for some certain traps. Some media platform in Serbia posting up, for example, a video of two Serbs going to, let's say, Košare in the border, putting a Serbian flag. Now Tijana says it's either clickable, it's clickable, so they fall for it. Sometimes one technique is they produce something that can become part of a domestic debate. Because of our domestic polarization, one side of the media spectrum will use that because it's good for their domestic narrative. It damages the other side. You see, for example, a lot of data dumps. Albania has witnessed a lot of this now with Iran, and also previously with the leak of certain tax records. You notice that sometimes these things, are being, thrown out there. So I guess just editors and journalists should just look at the general environment on why these things are happening, before they decide to publish or further distribute things, because there is obviously some certain goal to undermine a process. In Kosovo, it can be, for example, extremely unpopular to go in a particular moment and take some decision on the dialogue with Serbia. And if you start noticing that week, for a full week, statements from Serbian leaders, from certain media, recalling incidents from the war, graves of Albanians in the war, just antagonizing for an entire week, making it very difficult for any Kosovar politician to sit at a table and negotiate, you start noticing that there are patterns. And so, I guess editors should just really, really be careful, especially in these key moments.
These are patterns, of course, or at least negotiations between Kosovo and Serbia. How do this pattern look from the other side in Serbia?
Well, what we realized is that disinformation or manipulation in media is actually pretty much serving only the internal purposes, internal political purposes. As I already said, the octopus, that media monster is serving the purpose of building the narratives that are mostly being beneficial for the current government, and building the cult of individual or the personality right now, or for the past couple of years of president of Serbia. And undermining the political enemies, sorry. But the number one is actually trying to use the narratives that are being launched by, for instance, some foreign media to serve the local purpose. So one of the examples was that one of the narratives that we see in daily analysis of media is this kind of insisting on the feeling of being the victim, self-victimization of Serbian nation through different narratives. And one of the things that we saw, that how the Ukrainian war is being abused in our media space, is using some of the examples. Some of the, for instance, Bucha was used to compare Markale case, and the same way how at that time West staged the Markale war crime, how right now the West or the US actually staged Bucha atrocity. So for us, it's not basically we would be able to quite ignore, I would say, or dare to say, war in Ukraine, but we are successfully using those narratives, those examples, to actually continue with undermining basically the West, and building this kind of atmosphere in which we are ambivalent, we are completely indifferent. And one of the biggest successes is actually to lose the trust in everything, in every institution, in every media. And right now, this is something that we would have to work on in the next decades in order to try to rebuild that trust in official sources of information, in institutions, and in the media.
Which is, of course, an immense societal undertaking. But part of that is probably fact-checking, part of the effort of rebuilding trust. And I would like to switch the debate a little bit because time is running out. That is our permanent curse in this debate. Tiana, you're also linked to the International Fact-Checking Network. Could you tell us a bit about the codes of ethics and the standards of fact-checking to establish them and to be, well, an example for everybody else?
Well, Christopher mentioned some of it on the previous panel, and a very, very important point of us really cooperating with each other. And we do that on regional level, on European level, on global level, and it's very beneficial for all of us. For example, for the war in Ukraine, we have a database of fact checks that we all kind of contribute to. We did the same for COVID pandemic, and this has helped all of us, do our work better. The foundation of that is, as you mentioned, the code of principles that was created by IFCN, the International Fact-Checking Network, that is hosted by the Poynter Institute in the United States. And the code is really a set of standards that you need to comply with to be verified as a member of that network that does quality fact-checking. And some of its postulates are that you need to be fair, you need to be non-partisan, you need to be you need to have a good, solid, robust methodology that kind of guarantees that you're really establishing facts rather than promoting your opinions or values or stuff like that. And you need to have, then there's like the nitty-gritty stuff, like you need to have a good correction policy, that if you make a mistakes, because we always we all do, not always, rarely, but we all do, that you need to be open and honest about how you correct that you need to be responsive to your audiences, etc., etc. So it's really crafted in a way that it has the most positive societal impact, and that it works in the public interest. And this is the spirit that was also built into this new code that was created for the European fact checkers, the EFCSN, the European Fact Checking Standards Network, that was also mentioned by Christopher. And I hope it brought the game up a little bit as well, with some of these criteria being a bit more tight than IFCN's. We'll see. Let's when it's implemented. So we're really trying to, because fact checking has been attacked since it became prominent, and it did become prominent mostly related to the US elections in 2016 and 17 and Brexit. And it has been attacked a lot and proclaimed to be a project of the political left, a project of, I don't know, this or that. These are these interests, which is very far from the truth. So the codes have been made with that in mind, to kind of establish the standards that really tells that our mission and the way that we do things is to get to facts, to verifiable, accurate data and facts, not to, advocate for any political program or party or ideology. That's their main purpose in my mind.
Agon and Tiana, both of you in various sentences before, you said, well, now it's getting a little bit better. Agon, maybe is that also due to fact-checking efforts? Is that the audience taking conscious?
I mean, it's getting better maybe in some particular areas, on some particular topics. I mean, it took a very long time for people to understand, I think, what Russia is doing. I think a lot of people for a very long time were kind of, not very alert to it, or were not seeing the bigger picture, not just in the Balkans, but in Europe in general. And for those of us who were observing this for a longer period of time, something that what happened in Ukraine did not come fully as a surprise. So I do think there is now, especially after Ukraine, there is a bit more of an awareness. I do think, a lot of investment have been made over the last couple of years on capacity building on this topic. I just do think the vulnerabilities are still very high, and the previous panel discussed about, the weaknesses of the media in general, so financial sustainability, oligarchic ownership, all these things really then fuel the problem, because we don't have a healthy information environment in general. And then, in that kind of environment, it's very easy for foreign actors to find ways, as I said, even in the country like Kosovo, where you don't have pro-Russian sentiments, you can still see a certain, patterns. I do think things are not getting better on social media, to be honest. It's that part is more scary, but I do sense some positive changes in terms of you can see, editors are a bit more careful on what they're publishing, or what are the sources. At least in Kosovo, I've noticed that. Yeah.
Sort of a moderated technique to move to like the positive trends, but then you see also how difficult
hanging by a thread, right?
It's like exactly how difficult it is and how little there is. We have another 15 minutes to go, so I would like to open to questions from the audience. I see a hand getting up to the middle there. If you could bring the microphone is coming.
Well, thank you very much for the interesting discussion. My name is Basar Lukmeta. I'm an editor for the Balkan Investigative Reporting Network here in Tirana. It's a great thing that the work the fact checkers do, but I think we shouldn't forget that 90% of fact checking is done by editors and journalists, because sometimes it's put that journalists are there just to be criticized for their failures, but they're not. They consume enormous amount of information, they collect it, they fact check it, they also contextualize it, and they storytell it. So it's a lot of work done otherwise from the fact checking. It's wonderful the fact checkers actually look at the industry with a critical eye, but we're not here to like put one, let's say, professional on the standstill, because I think journalists in this region do a wonderful job despite the challenges that they face. Another thing is that my fear that, and this is a question I'd like to pose to the panel, of being fact-checking a sort of cottage industry now, because we think about the only way to counter narratives of disinformation from foreign actors or either local actors, it's to have outside fact-checking. But as we know, news is very timely, and from an outside, when the news is published, the effect can be a very bit diminutive in a sense of countering the narrative. So how would you respond to having timely fact-checking from the outside and not from, let's say, the structures, the editorial structures, invest in the editorial structures that already exist? Thank you.
I can briefly just thank you for making that point, because I think it's really important not to kind of pose fact-checking and journalism as being opposed to each other or in collision with each other, which is, I think, a trap that we tend to fall into from both sides. And if I understand your question, it's about being time sensitive and responsive to something that happens really fast in journalism and less fast in fact checking. I think in my perspective, we have vast databases already about a lot of things that are cyclical and that are kind of repeating itself. So you should use us as a source, really, because it's really very easy to use the tools that we use or the stuff that we already went through and debunked to check something that has maybe a novelty appearance, but is actually a recycled disinformation, especially when we're talking about propaganda stuff like this. Like the labs in Ukraine, this is from the war in Georgia. And fact checkers have fact checked it, I think, like a decade ago. So this is something that I would like that shift, to see that shift, that like the media see fact checkers and fact checking websites as depositories of tools that are at their disposal, rather as someone that is kind of criticizing them.
Very important point, I think. There was in the middle, first the lady with the blue jacket. Better.
Hi, I'm Besa Lucy from Kosovo 2.0. I was thinking maybe there's also one aspect to the discussion that wasn't tackled, and I'm curious to see how you view it. I think is the role of our governments and also international actors, and how they also contribute towards creating an environment where information manipulation is easier to be achieved. And that is particularly, I think, done when there's lack of transparency. And lack of transparency also then is strengthened in situations that tend to be concerned with so-called issues of national security, of bigger political agendas and whatnot. And I think sometimes in this work that we do as journalists, as editors, as fact checkers, maybe we should also kind of put the emphasis more on the extent to which governments are actually being transparent about the work that they do, or international organizations or structures. To take point case, the Kosovo-Serbia dialogue, one of the reasons that I think right now there's such an open field for manipulation is because there's this proposal that is being discussed as the final solution between Kosovo and Serbia, but nobody knows what the proposal says. And we've seen it in the context of the past decade in the dialogue. Every time there was a meeting in Brussels, in Serbia there was a different version, in Kosovo a different version. The EU gave a different version of what was talked, what was discussed. So I think we also need to, in order to fight this phenomena, I think we have to also ask more from the governments as well in terms of transparency. And I know ultimately that's what we do on a day-to-day basis with our job, but I think they also have to carry a bit the responsibility of contribution, let's say, towards creating this this kind of climate. So maybe also for Tiana, since you're working, I'm aware also of the work, just how do you go about, just do you deal with issues of transparency and looking into what are areas where there's failure of the governments in Bosnia to even communicate on things that then leads to this open kind of field for where anything and everything goes?
So I laughed when you said this about the proposal, because we've had this with the constitution, because the reform of the Bosnian constitution is constantly being debated without the public having any insight into what's on the table, which is super frustrating. So yes, we definitely do have that experience. And this connects me also to another thing that was said. This is about the trust in institutions. We unfortunately have institutions that are very hard to trust because they're not trustworthy. And this has posed a very big problem during the pandemic as well, because we have had official sources peddling nonsense about the pandemic. And then when you don't have this anchor where you can like anchor your trust and trust this information to be from a verifiable, credible, science fact-based source, which is, I think, a condition that a lot of us are facing here, it is very hard to do fact checking. You're fact checking a medical doctor that is talking about people having alien origins if they have blue eyes. And he's saying these things in front of a governmental body in Serbia in specific. And this is one of the most influential sources about pandemic in the region, not just in Serbia. And then you as a fact checker are accused of like, you know, overstepping your boundaries because you do not have a medical degree and he does. So this is a similar, it's not a political thing, but it's a similar problem. If you don't have a transparent and trustworthy government, it's very, very hard to have any kind of shared reality about what the facts are and what credible sources are.
Any other question? Oh, yes, you already raised your hand before.
Petrica Racini from IMA Institute from Skopje, North Macedonia. On the 23rd of October, around 30 media outlets, including prominent and organizations whom we deem professional with serious newsrooms, published the news that a battalion or a brigade of Ukraine, which had Macedonian donated tanks and Slovenian donated tanks, was destroyed, according to Russian military sources, namely quoting a video which was published by RIA Novosti. But those tanks were destroyed also at the beginning of October. It was published on this Telegram channel, Militarist. So a logical question is, how can the same tanks be destroyed twice? And what is discouraging and worrying is that, of course, that this news was used for internal political fight in North Macedonia. Putin won over the Minister of Defense of North Macedonia, etc., etc. But some media said, okay, we didn't say this. This was from an official source, as you mentioned, from Russia, so we're just transmitting what they said. Why didn't they bother to fact check and to see? In that video, you see 4 armored vehicles. 2 of them are only tanks. So there is no battalion, no brigade, 4 armored vehicles. And there are no armored vehicles that are on flames, as lots of the titles quoted Macedonian tanks are on fire. So my question is how to bring back mainstream news media outlets who have consolidated solid newsrooms with tens of journalists working there, back to the essence of their profession. You check your facts before you publish them. I think that this is the issue, because we as fact checkers, I mean, we are at our organization are doing something. There are lots of fact-checking organizations here, but we cannot have the impact that the mainstream media have. We don't have the sources, the tools, the capacity, nor we are reaching mainstream audiences as they do. So ours is like, you know, that story of, you know, when the lie has circled the world, we are just now tying the shoes and to tell the truth. I think that we should devote thinking and contemplating, even speaking on this issue, because that is the primary fight. We heard a wonderful example from Norway, where you have mainstream media organizations getting together, regardless of their competition, to work together on checking their stories, checking the politician, checking even their owners. I think that this is a sustainable model, because if you have projects from the EU or other donors, today, I don't know, it's very popular to finance fact checkers or media literacy. Tomorrow it will be something else. So these projects will eventually either shut down or transfer into something else. But the real sustainability is having mainstream media organization come back to the essence of their profession. Thank you.
Rasha, I think you wanted to react to that.
You raised a lot of issues, and in this room, I see a lot of media veterans that are trying to make the environment in the societies in the Balkans that would actually strive media and to have media that are protecting public interest. But let me give you one example on how actually this cancer is much bigger than the example that you gave. A couple of days ago, TV station with national frequency, with national coverage in Serbia, which was just a couple of months ago granted another 8-year license to produce false information, to be polite, aired video game shootings, literally video game video, as report from the front in Ukraine. We filed a complaint regarding that in front of the authority in Serbia that exists by the laws. And as the previous interlocutor mentioned, media legislation in Norway and how constitution and laws are actually enforcing professional functioning, I'm sure that media experts from Serbia here will actually confirm that, and also EU confirmed legislation in Serbia is one of the best in the world. However, we have a media situation that I just described as a monster that is eating our society. So how to make the society how to make media more responsible in a society that is decaying, while we are talking about the processes that need a lot of things, and the least that what we need is the fact checking. That's just one of the aspects of it. Fact checking that we are producing, and it might sound controversial because I'm one of the leaders of organization that runs the fact checking operation, and we are giving our blood and whatever needed to be to be able to operate back in Serbia, but that's not sufficient. We are losing this war by far. What we need is education. What we need is a political culture, which for which we don't have the allies with. And this is a equation that a lot of are unknowns. But I think that what we must not lack is a will to try to cope with it, which maybe this conference might come with some ideas. I'm not sure, but what we are hearing so far is that we have a huge problem without that many solutions.
Yeah, Agon, you wanted to react?
I just quickly, I'm not a journalist, but I can, as a consumer of news and more on the commentary side, I do think we cannot solve most of these problems, but some of the ways we can make them better is working with the capacity of media editors in particular to have them have a bit of a broader view of the foreign environment. You know, a lot of the media environment is really focused on just like, you know, these petty domestic political disputes. So I really think that media sometimes miss the big picture, and there's misconception and misunderstanding even among serious media and editors on what are the aims and goals of these foreign actors. I really think there needs to be work on getting them to understand this, so that will make them more resilient. And I do think that something that important that what Besa mentioned on this issue of securitizing the discourse, you know, it's really hard to tackle that because, you know, when a leader speaks, the media, of course, will transmit that, you know, they cannot ignore a statement by Vučić, but they can, or any other leader who wants to just securitize the environment and, you know, cause these panic throughout the region. But I do think that, you know, media needs to be a bit more aware of, you know, why and how, and you know, even choose the language more carefully on how those things are presented. So that's some of the things. But and to conclude, you know, I have a list here. Like I didn't get through it all. The Russian narratives that are friendly, you know, that Russia kind of uses or amplifies in Kosovo. I didn't get to go through them. But one of the key problems we're having right now in the Balkans to counter these narratives is, you know, first of all, because, you know, it's fake news is, you know, by the time people get to debunk, the news has already been circulated. It's too late. But the second key thing is I think it's becoming increasingly difficult for us to counter these narratives with a more pro-EU and pro-West narrative. You know, the key problem in the Balkans is not as much really these days fake news as much as it is bad news coming from the EU. And I'm talking from Kosovo, where we still don't have visa liberalization, for example, and it becomes increasingly, you know, difficult to kind of, you know, counter these narratives with something more positive when sort of there are these challenges, or we're not giving enough from the EU and the Western side. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Let's maybe do a last question because we're already running out of time. There is a the microphone is already there, actually.
Thank you. Just as a journalist who produced the news, every journalist who is professional journalist would check the facts before writing. And you should mention one thing, and that's a pressure of speed. Until we investigate and find out and compare the facts, the fake news is out, so we are late. Or fake news is less dangerous for manipulation than taking somebody's tweets and making a story out of it, which is never full story. So we come to the point that what do you do with a fact that is checked? It is late. How much you have effect, where do you publish it? If in the mainstream media or on TV in any country, the fake news is watched by millions of people, how many people would read on one website of fact checkers or somewhere that that's not true? I mean, for us, it's very easy to find out. I mean, I know if you read the statements of the Ministry of Defense of Russia, it looks like more Albanians died fighting in Ukraine than in Kosovo. So it's, of course, that it's fake news. But Algon said one very interesting thing that the people in European Union have to have in mind. Manipulation in the Balkans is homegrown. It's domestic. Foreign interference is more limited. I wouldn't say that there is big foreign interference, but it is produced, and politicians, believe me, are very, very talented. I don't think that they need advices from outside how to manipulate. And those are people who are called friends by EU leaders. Those are people who make cevapcici with EU leaders. And of course, those images of them being friends with EU leaders makes them more popular and more protective from the criticism by journalists or fact checkers, because they are behind the manipulation. Thank you.
A short comment on your first point. This is the thing that I mentioned a couple of times today, and I think that it's important to realize that what's putting you at comparative disadvantage to the producers of this information is that it takes more time to get your facts straight. It takes more time to contextualize things. It takes more time to do good journalism and good reporting than it takes you know, time to sit in front of your camera in your living room and start talking about world conspiracies. So this is something that really I see primarily as a responsibility of tech platforms to take away this disadvantage and at least even the playing field, if not, you know, actively curb those types of sources that are taking away. What we're seeing also is that like legitimate media content is taken and repackaged by these anonymous websites proposing as media, which are actually not media. And then you take a legitimate piece of news that someone took time to produce and put a new headline on that is more clickable and get more views than its original source, which is a credible mainstream media. These are all the things that need to be repaired on the level of our digital environment.
Well, thank you very much. If there's not an immediate question, I would wrap up here and immediately lead to the next panel, which officially should have already started 5 minutes ago. So please, a very warm welcome. Applause to our speakers. And really, thank you very, very much. Tiana, you're losing your pen. So do you, Argon. Well, thank you very much for this panel. And again, it's always a bit of a frustrating thing to start scratching the surface of so many different topics, and then you feel you could and you should go on debating a lot. There is a bit of arrangement. Maybe we let this happen for a second. And oops, I'm doing this for a second time. And we already ask the next speakers to come here, take their place. So we save a bit of time. And now we're 4, so you can choose wherever you want to sit. And there you are. Wonderful. So this is glasses, new glasses. There's a new glass. There's a new glass. There's those that are turned around. Yes. Exactly. Well, that is wonderful. Now I see people are heading out of the room, but there is no break between these two panels. We just like keep doing, but there's still a lot of audience, and thank you very much for staying with us. And of course, everybody else, I fully understand that you need a glass of water in between. So please come back if ever you have left in the show in the meantime. Now, this one is about modern content production, unavoidable condition for the sustainability of professional media. And it's more specifically about constructive formats and solution-oriented journalism, which is really in word part of the title of some of the things you are doing. So this one is also about the digital transformation. It's about new media formats, about modern tools and approaches in our reporting on topics like climate change, like foreign affairs, but also about investigative reporting, but not only, which are all important for the civic development of societies. Well, there's also the fact that independent media are losing audiences, partly in some countries, and the question of what could make them sustainable. And there's also the question of journalism that sees its role in exposing facts versus, is that a versus, or in addition to solution-oriented journalism. Well, let me immediately, to not lose more time, introduce the speakers. We have 2 from the regions and 2 from the Balkans, from Scandinavia. Now I'm getting tired, I'm starting mixing up regions of Europe. Anyway, let's start with Marina Zek, editor-in-chief of Oblakoder from Serbia. We have Vasko Petrevski, who is presenting and producing the TV show 360 Degrees from North Macedonia. We have further on Anne-Katrine Förli, who is an editor at NRK TV, the Norwegian public broadcaster, and Kurt Strand, who is here for the Constructive Institute. Now, you both, I think, Ann-Katrin and Kurt, you share a bit of experience, which you probably need to tell together afterwards, because you have made a bit of way together. Anyway, again, we have spoken about sort of opening statements, but I'd rather like keep it in a way that you introduce a little bit your activities and how they're tied to what we're debating here. And Marina Oblakoder, I have looked at the website and I thought, like, I would love to be able to read Serbian at least. I think it's just like overwhelmingly appealing. So it's really well produced, I guess. For the rest, I can't judge. Tell me a bit.
Thank you for the kind words. Yes, since we are mainly communicating and addressing a younger audience, mainly young adults, it has to be aesthetically pleasing in order to be appealing to them. But Oblakoder is an independent media outlet. We were founded in 2018. And it was me and the group of journalists who wanted to make a change, because at that time, in Serbia, there were two types of media. There were commercial media and there were independent media, mostly focused on research journalism and on very serious journalism formats, but there was nothing in between. So we wanted to change that, and we started writing about culture, which is, there's no space in media for culture in Serbia and in the region, and about young people, about their issues. We started writing about the society and so on. And that's how Oblakoder developed. In a very short period of time, we gained a lot of readers, and we figured out, okay, there was a need for this. And since then we have developed. The aesthetic is very important to us. We have a website and a yearly issue, a yearly print issue. And also we had a lot of podcasts, a lot of video shows and so on. So to keep it short, that would be, yeah, the explanation.
Maybe still, Marina, there's one sentence you said when we spoke, that you're mainly writing about cultural and social topics, but you also said the cultural is political. If you could say a few words on that.
Well, the social is political as well. Yes, we didn't want to go into daily politics, but we write about complex issues that are political, because everything that happens in a society is political. Everything that happens with minority groups is political, and especially culture is very political, because that's why it's being neglected. It has a very strong political influence as well.
Of course. Thank you very much. Vasco, you told me about the TV show, and it was also, I absolutely don't want to reduce both of you to the aesthetics of what you're producing. Still, both of you have a reflection on aesthetics are important, and we are telling stories with pictures, and you sort of try to up the game with TV production. Is that...
Hopefully. Thank you for the kind words. Yes, I'm editor-in-chief of a media outlet that produces several media products, but I believe that out of which the one commercial hour weekly TV magazine deserves to be singled out. The show is currently in its 7th season and airs every Monday night on TV Alsat, commercial national broadcaster in North Macedonia. As I already said, it lasts for one commercial hour and consists of 4 to 5 stories, each of a length between 8 to 12 minutes, covering different topics from hard politics, we cannot avoid that, corruption, rule of law, human rights, marginalized group, environment, to everyday communal problems. Each episode ends with a TV satirical comment. We believe that in the past 7 years, the magazine managed to establish itself as a unique media product in North Macedonia that has become synonymous for high quality journalism. In an overcrowded media landscape dominated by the need for speed at expenses of quality, we have strived to develop a different kind of a product, one that pays equally attention to good television, as you said, and along with good reporting. This was no easy task, but with help and training of experienced BBC producer, we have created a TV format that allows a truly investigative and in-depth reporting of everyday, but also complex topics. We are really thankful to Miss Rachel Wright, BBC producer. And as per video approach, we implement and practice BBC Academia standard of writing to pictures, putting the picture, the footage at the first place. Maybe it's something that is normal as a TV standard in Western European countries, but in North Macedonia, and I think also in the wider region, it is a rare example. Our TV magazine is recognized for its reporting both by the general public, but also by the professional community. The magazine, to be more precise, in-depth investigative stories broadcasted within the magazine have won more than 35 awards in the last 5 years for best investigative stories and journalism excellence. Another proof for our impact in the society and recognition of our work will be, I believe, the EU Investigative Journalism Award presenting ceremony that follows immediately after this panel. 360-degree story and misuse of power and misuse of public funds by high government official is among the awarded stories for 2021. In the meantime, the Public Prosecution Office has opened an investigation on the case revealed by 360 degrees. The then Secretary General of the government is indicted and a court trial is currently ongoing.
Thank you very much. Very dense presentation. Just I single out one aspect which I introduced also before. I don't think it's reductive in any way to speak about the aesthetics of what we are producing. I would even say we're kidding ourselves if we think that as journalists we're producing things that at least also don't function via the aesthetics. So I think this is a perfectly legitimate sort of approach, and it's a good thing to have a reflection on it. But leading on to court for the Constructive Institute. Well, tell us about the Constructive Institute.
I think first of all, I have to declare myself. I mean, I'm coming from a small country. I'm living there and working as a journalist. We are having very strong government-owned, but not with any government influence, public service media in Denmark. We have a strong welfare state, and as a result of these two pillars, you could say, it's a very strong democracy. And I know that my working conditions is totally different from the conditions that a lot of you sitting here are facing in your daily professional life. So, I mean, for that reason, it could be seen as a bit odd sitting here talking about doing constructive journalism, but at least I will try, and hopefully it could serve as a kind of inspiration of doing journalism in another way, because I think that we have a problem in the industry. We have a problem with a growing numbers of news avoiders, people who don't want to read, view, or listen to news because they find them too negative, they find them too conflicting. We have a problem with declining circulation. We have a problem with declining in trust measure. When we measure trust, we can see it's declining all over in most countries in Europe. So we have to do something. We have problems in this industry, and one of the answers to this could be, it's not the answer, but one of the answers could be doing journalism in a more constructive way. I'll try to explain it very shortly, because I mean, I've been working with this for more than a year at the university in Aarhus in Denmark. But the overall goal with constructive journalism, that is to do journalism that take responsibility for democracy, that try to engage people in the democracy, taking actions in democratic processes, and being, let's say, more active as citizens in the democracy.
And it consists of 3 pillars. One pillar is about that we as journalists always should strive after digging out problems in societies, describing problems. That's what we all learned maybe from the first day at the journalism school. That was at least what I learned 42 years ago when I started.
We went to journalism
yeah,
school.
Exactly.
In the first place.
On top of this, we should maybe also try to point out some possible solutions to the problems being digged out. The second pillar that is about remember to cover the nuances, remember to tell about the flip side of the coin, remember to check that facts is really facts and not falsehoods. And the third thing is about engaging people in the public debates, taking more responsibility for the way we debate in the public, taking more responsibility for the tone in the public debate, trying to be kind of very active moderators as media, as journalists, as editors in the public debates. That's what it's very shortly is about when talking about constructive journalism.
So that is, I need to like ask another question on that. That is sort of the theory behind it, but how does it work?
That's a very good. Yes, of course.
It's not only a theory.
That's an extremely good question, and I have some examples. But I know as well that
it's kind of like the institute now.
Yeah.
What is that institute doing?
The institute is, I mean, that's more researching, and that's researching what is possible. What are the good examples are actually about? What is the theory about? How do we build conflicts? How do we solve conflicts? How do we, and so on. And then the institute try to help media to change the way they actually do journalism. And there are in Denmark, in Sweden, in Norway, Germany, there are actually some good examples. I mean, this institute has been running now for 5 years, and at least like 50, 60 journalists has been serving as fellows at the institute, trying to learn new ways of doing journalism, trying to be inspirators, ambassadors, you could say, for trying to do journalism in a new way.
Well, I needed that from you because that is the bridge to Ann-Katrin. Who, Ann-Katrin, you have spent time at the Constructive Institute. What have you done there, and how does that translate into your work as an editor at the Norwegian public TV broadcaster?
Thank you. I will answer that, but first I have to say, as Kurt did, I feel deeply respect for you and your working conditions here, and I'm kind of ashamed on how the conditions in Norway are compared to you. So I acknowledge that the challenges are very different from how we do it in Norway. So this might be a fairy tale chapter 2. I mean, you heard Christopher talking about Faktisk. What I would like to talk about is how we changed our debate. After being at Aarhus, University of Aarhus, we learned a lot more about it, but actually 4 years before we went to Aarhus, we changed our debate program in the big channel in NRK, the public broadcaster. And what we started feeling was that we actually made the conflict bigger. We were actually increasing the polarization between the people that we had in our debate shows in the main channel. And we felt so badly that we thought, could we actually do this in a different way? So we kind of changed the rules for debate. We come up with a new format, and we said to everybody, you're not allowed to criticize the other one. You're not allowed to come with accusation, suspicion. You're not allowed to come with your prepared one-liners. Here we want you to listen, because we found out that the politicians didn't listen. They were just preparing their next one-liner. And then the host was actually leaving the show. So the politicians had to have the responsibility for making this a constructive debate. And actually what we saw was that they did manage to do it different. It was like what we had seen in the green room or in the sofa before the big debates on our TV channel. We saw that they could actually speak like normal persons, and they actually did it on TV. So that was interesting findings for us to see that it was actually possible to do it. And yesterday, we actually did launch a new season of the program, which we called Do You Agree was the first season, and then the next one is Disagree. And what we want is people to disagree in a better way, because we want disagreements. We want them to have different solutions, to have different perspectives, but we want them to do it in a different way, more proper way, you may say. And well, this won't solve the whole thing. We still have these big debates. People are quarreling and yelling a bit, but this is something we do in addition to the other debates, and we see that people love it, and especially the young people, because as Kurt said, we have a problem also in Norway that the young people are avoiding the news, and it's increasing. So we see that the young people, they like this way of debating much better, also when it comes to solution and solution-based journalism. And we also see that the young people are much better in debating in this way.
Vasco, you're producing TV also, and you're producing a show. Is this like, is this imaginable to sort of translate into your work reality?
I have to say that it is very interesting. I found it very, very, very interesting. And I have to also acknowledge that, unfortunately, in my country, the debate TV shows are very polarized one, unfortunately. And what we can see as a tendency is pushing completely opposite of what you said, completely different. I mean, pushing the interlocutors, the interviewees, the guests in the show to fight, if not physically, but rhetorically, really. Yeah. And maybe there is one common thing. It seems like in our shows also that there is no a journalist who is a host, because he or she just leaves, you know, the guests to really fight rhetorically, and it's completely different. I found it very interesting, and I've been starting to thinking about the possibility of maybe copying or at least trying to do something similar. So yes, definitely I like it.
I have to admit that we put the host back again in this season. And because we saw that we needed someone to make them do it better and to help them. And this time, the host, that is a very experienced TV host, used to have the big debates also in our elections every time. And she now actually tried to do it very differently. And she was inspired by mediators, negotiators, psychologists. Can we try to find out why you disagree? Can we try to sum it up and see, here you disagree, but here you do agree. So, okay, can we go further on? Can we now? So she was kind of a host that didn't make the fighting go harder, but she was doing the opposite. And actually, it's very interesting to see how the debate is very interesting to follow, and it's much more interesting to follow their arguments and understand why they do disagree.
Now, Ann-Kathrin and Kurt both have used this word solution-oriented somewhere in their speech, and Marina, this is a word you used also when we spoke earlier, but you also mentioned the educational component. Could you connect the dots between what is for you solution oriented, and what is, or is there a difference between solution oriented journalism and the educational component, as you said?
Yes, thank you. Yes, when we spoke, I said that one of the main components of Oblakodera is that it has the educational component in our content, because we believe that's a component that has been lost. In mainstream media, it has been lost. Everyone has forgotten how powerful, because now we're not using some strong words that were popular in the 20th century. We're not using propaganda, but we know what the strength of media is. So the educational component is very serious and we should never forget it. Also, the solution journalism and educational component are both part of something that's crucial for journalism. Journalism in its rooted the way it should be. As you said, why we studied journalism, because of this, not because of clickbait that was mentioned before today. So we write about issues, about phenomena that affect young people and people living in Serbia and the Western Balkans and Belgrade. And we try to not only map the issue, but also propose a solution. You can do it very simply. And I think it should be an integral part of every article and every long read article ever published. So I don't think it's something new. I think it's something that we have rediscovered because we have figured out what we were doing was wrong. So this is what we do. I like to say that as Oblakoder, we bridge the gap between mainstream media and investigative journalism. We are somewhere in between. We're trying to educate these young people. We're trying to empower them. And when you said, Mr. Strand, when you explained everything, you explained basically what we do, because we try to activate people, to empower young people to become, again, in a very depressed society, active people, to take part, to see that they can do things. This is what we do. It's a very hard job because sometimes you yourself don't believe because of the situation that we are in as independent media outlet. But I think it's something that must be a must and something that we should not forget. So, and we're not dissecting everything that we do. So the educational component comes from these solution-oriented articles and so on.
Rather conceptually than,
yes,
than in terms of.
When we talk about these terms, we can, define them, but in the practical field, you do basically everything all at the same time. So, yeah.
Thank you, Kurt. Yeah.
But I think you're totally right, because a lot of the components in constructive journalism, solution-oriented journalism, whatever you call it, is actually going back to the roots of what journalism is about. I mean, that's a very, very large part of it. But when it comes to the political debates, I would like to tell about the way politicians they see this, because if you ask them, why do you always have this very hard tone when you talk to a political opponent? Why do you always try to find the negative sides of your opponents? Why don't you not come up with your own solutions to a certain problem and so on? Then they very often said like, well, this is what I know you expect in the media, because if I don't talk like I do, then I won't get any airtime. Nobody would listen to me in the media, because the media, they want us to fight. So, I mean, we have a responsibility in the media to maybe change the public debate. Of course, we should show that there are different views. There are, I mean, that's why we have different political parties in those countries, right? But sometimes we should try to turn it around. And instead of starting with where do you disagree, we maybe should start with where do you agree? Can we find some common ground to solve some problem? And the interesting thing is that we had at the Constructive Institute, we have been doing some surveys in Denmark, in Britain, and in Germany. And when people are being asked how they think about public political debates, they dislike when politicians don't answer what they've been asking about. They dislike when they are yelling at each other. They dislike when they only talk about negativity, and they dislike if they don't come up with the solutions. And we have tried to arrange some meetings. We had a general election in Denmark last week, and we have arranged a couple of election meetings, and it has been a story itself that now someone is trying to do the political debate in another way. And when I talk to colleagues just here after the days after the election, there's a feeling that the tone in the election campaign has changed. The tone is less negative than it used to be. There's a more tendency to actually some politicians saying, like in a public political debate, well, interesting what you said right now. You had an interesting argument. Maybe I could see myself being part of an agreement on how to solve this and so on. And actually, one of those who had been based, I think we talked about it when we talked at the phone. One of the politicians being seen from my point of view being number one in actually admitting that someone then himself could have actually good ideas as well. He had an enormous, he had a great election. I mean, he had more votes than expected and more votes than expected in the opinion polls up to the election. We don't know if that's because of his new approach to the debates, but we'll never know.
Roscoe, you wanted to react to that?
If I may share our experience from North Macedonia. Back in 2013-14, there was no single debate show in our country. It is a dark period for our democracy. Unfortunately, all mainstream media were under control of one center of power, one political party, and there wasn't any debate political show. Afterwards, one by one, I think that at the present moment there are, I don't know, maybe every night 4 to 5 debate shows on each TV station with the national coverage, which is too much. It's an inflation of debates. Almost all the same interlocutors and guests are circulating on the debate shows. And I'm following the numbers from the Nielsen People Matters, and it is obvious that the debate shows are losing its viewers. And from my perspective, I think it is maybe because this aspect of polarization, having almost same guests, a circle of I don't know how many, 50 to 100 people that are circulating in the debates. And every night 4 to 5 debate shows. It's too much. Something needs to be done, and I expect that one by one now these debates will be shut down because this is a logical and normal step forward from my perspective.
It's inflationary, of course, when there's so much just of the same going on. I saw, Anne-Catherine, you nodding to that, and maybe you wanted to react to that.
No, I was just, from my point of view, also we have surveys that people are saying they are tired of how we usually do these debates when people are talking into each other, just accusing each other of coming with lies and everything. So of course you need fact checking also after those debates. But I think people are saying to me, okay, but those constructive debates, aren't they very boring? Isn't no good TV? Well, actually, I think it's opposite, because it came out very different. If you try to understand why are you saying this very different from me, then there will be some moments that are very different from what we're used to see in American TV debates, where they do all these one-liners and everything is very sharp. And then what we actually want is debates to give us some more knowledge. We want to be wiser. And if we feel wiser, then okay, now I can make up my own opinion about these things. So, but I mean, this is not a solution in how to do it. But I think if we can talk more about debates, doing it different, I think it will be very interesting.
Good.
I could add that in Denmark we have 8 regional TV stations. They are all owned by the state. They all, except for one, have declining numbers when it comes to the viewers. And the one not having declining numbers is a TV station who had defined itself, as they put it, the first one and only constructive journalism TV station. And they really try to do stories every day that has a constructive approach, that has a solution-oriented approach. They do political debates in another way, like inspired from Norway as well. And the reactions from their viewers is actually, we like this. We like this much more than what you did before this. And the TV station is situated at an island in the middle of Denmark. And at the same island, there's a regional newspaper. It's one of the only regional newspapers in Denmark who has rising numbers instead of declining numbers, because they have taken in constructive journalism as well. That's their own explanation. We don't know, because it has not been measured.
It's sort of the
scientifically.
constructive island.
But I mean, at least they try, and that's what I think we should do. I have to repeat myself. This is not the solution of a business, of media business in big troubles, but it's one of the answers. I think so.
And it seems to be working, at least to a certain extent. I'm not saying to cure all society's ills,
No.
but at least to make good content, appealing content, and even to increase sustainability. I just want to speak go a bit more into depth into this idea of solution-oriented journalism. And you also mentioned it, Marina. If you are reporting on a story, whatever social problem, coming up with a solution as a journalist is something which is, for somebody classically trained journalist, something rather counterintuitive. And also, I think we all agree, we all know as citizens, that there's not to every problem one single solution, but there's a lot of them, of course. Like how you go about you suggesting like this could be solved this way, and how does it function?
Well, first of all, if you research the topic, you see how things can be changed, definitely. You see different practices from all over the world. So there is definitely a big difference between what Vasco and my perspective is and yours is, because if we have the most polluted city in the world that day, we cannot go around it talking only constructively. We have to point fingers, even if I say we're not a political magazine, but we have to. So in that, I'm just coming back to the same origin. You go deep into the story and you try to communicate with your audience. One of the problems in the world, not only in the Western Balkans, is a scientific phenomenon that has been described as a news finds me phenomenon. It describes the media habits of young people who are so overwhelmed by so many programs, so much content, that they believe that they are informed only by scrolling their Instagram or their TikTok, and they're not going to any websites, any news website, they're not reading anything. And this is a serious issue that we should start recognizing and tackling. With our content and with our solution-oriented journalism, we are not only writing the stories, but we're trying to approach these audiences, trying to make them interested, trying to engage them. And for us, because we have started very locally in Belgrade, and we would like to expand, but it's not possible because we don't have the capacity, but we have readers from all over the Western Balkans. They like to communicate back. So this is also an important feature that maybe only radio outlets are still nurturing, and the rest have forgotten. You have to let them talk to you in a sense. So our audience talks to us. That's also part of the solution, because we learn a lot from them and we learn a lot of stories, and then you have trust, and then that's something completely different. You don't see them as an audience, you see them as a community, and then you're solving things together. So that will be a part of it.
How do they talk to you? If there's, I mean, you mentioned radio. There is, of course, everybody has this idea of radio programs where people phone in. Like how do practically?
Very differently. We use Instagram as our main channel, but I have to say they go more directly to the website, and they don't read articles through Instagram. They only communicate with us through Instagram. So you have DMs there, messages, they add some of us, they comment very loudly, and sometimes they even call us through Instagram. So if they want to say something, and we're very open to all of that, because we need that feedback. And the best thing is that when you do a very serious story, when you write about something that you feel about deeply. And this is for me personally, as a journalist and as a woman, is the position of women in Serbia. And then so many women directly write to you and share their stories, and that's how you find out about new things. So yeah, Instagram, email, we're very responsive, so they can always reach us.
Marina, you introduced this by speaking about this superficial sort of news consumption we're having, scrolling to this through well, social media accounts, but also to quality websites, quality news websites. We're still just scrolling through them and feeling somehow informed. Well, in reality, we don't know a thing. And do you manage to make people read like the longer features you're producing?
Yes, that's why we have a yearly edition, because I mean, everyone is going online and we went offline. So we have a yearly edition. I have it in my bag so I can show it to all of you. But we're trying to make young people read because they don't have the attention span. And also it's very interesting. If you target a topic that they're interested in, they will read through the article, even if it's 10 pages long. They will listen to a podcast that lasts for 5 hours. So you need to listen to them. We are so closed up in our media outlets that we're not communicating with them, and that is our job. So if you choose the topics they are interested in, they will read. There's no specific solution, no magical solution, just really and honestly listening to your audience. I think for us, it's a good thing that we are targeting a young audience and we are young people as well. So we know, and yeah, also people approach us live when they see us in the city. So that's
no magical solution, but no fatality that people can, like in the world we're living in, people like structurally can only be superficially informed.
No, and young people are very interested. They want to be engaged, they want to be asked, and most importantly, they especially like reading stories about themselves. So if it's a mental health issue topic, they will read about it if they feel that's something that's addressing them. If it's about, I don't know, pollution, air pollution, they will read about it. They won't skip it. But there's also another thing that you have mentioned, the aesthetic of it. You have to show it aesthetically, because a difference that's happening right now is why social media companies are stronger than our companies. They have more money, they have more technology, they have more research about manipulation, about attention, and we do not have all of that. So we need to maybe steal something from this, learn something, and then apply it to our content. Not, I don't say we need to change, but we need to talk about the aesthetics of our websites, how we are presenting them, what are our key components that we're bringing to them, and how we're attracting them. And if we attract them, they will stay if you have a good story.
Very, very hopeful message. Still, at the risk of doing exactly what we're talking about, but what we should sort of not talk, which is to push for disagreement for the sake of disagreement. But let me be a little bit the devil's advocate here. You say that even in polls, people say that they don't like all this negativity anymore and all this yelling around anymore, and they want more constructive and more hopeful content. And then they are in the intimacy of their phone and they scroll through the news, or they in the intimacy of their living room and they're on their remote control. And it seems they want to see blood on the wall. They want conflicts. They want sort of this gladiators going into the arena. That's how they want politicians to be. Well, you're saying that politicians only do this because they think the media wants them to do that. I'm just not that sure that we're so good.
Of course, there's a risk when you ask people, how do you think about the way politicians they are debating? Of course, there's a risk that you get, let's say, kind of political correct answers. That's clearly a risk. But the numbers they are quite high. So even if you even if you remove, let's say, 1/4 of it, you will still have a majority saying like they want it in another way. I mean, the experiences we have in Denmark as well as in Norway, they're showing that people they like to get it in another way. And I mean, it's maybe we can boil it down to be about being ambitious about what we are doing when we are doing, for example, political debates in radio and television. I myself, I have been anchoring radio and TV formats for more than 35 years. I don't know how many debates I've been doing with a concept like we invite person B and person A and person B. We know that they disagree very strongly on a matter, and we know that they're both very good debaters. Meaning that they could really do some entertainment in a studio. Yeah. So we will leave, let's say, 10, 15, 20 minutes for this debate. And I don't know how many times I have finalized debates like this, saying like, well, I can hear that we will not get any closer to this tonight. But thank you very much for joining us here. I'm sure that the debate will continue another day, another place. Thank you very much. I mean, what's the outcome of this? What's the ambition with this? Otherwise than others only, but I mean, of course, we filled out some minutes that we had to fill out, but maybe that was it.
Yeah, we probably produced what was often considered a good chunk of television, and it can be very engaging. And yeah. And Katrin, you.
Thank you. But because it's important for me to say that for me, constructive journalism is critical. I mean, when a colleague of mine was writing a book about constructive journalism, she called it critical constructive journalism. And that's because if we don't have investigative journalism, if we don't have journalists making very good stories about the problem and who's responsible for it, if we didn't have that, we couldn't have constructive journalism. I mean, constructive journalism is kind of fulfilling the picture, kind of using both eyes. Now we have this problem. Everybody knows this is a big problem. Okay, so the question for us is, so what now? What do we do now? And then we can have these constructive debates talking about, we know there's a problem. Okay, so what do we do? And if you have solutions, as you said as well, we have to be critical to the solutions. I mean, it's not like I have a solution, then the problem solved. Yeah. So it's
recipe, sort of.
Exactly. So it's very important that as journalists we are critical. That's the bottom line, and then we have to fulfill the picture, because we have a tendency to just take out what's the problem, and we don't see all the other aspects of life and society. So that's why we want to do something else in addition to the investigative journalism.
Vasco, Marina already mentioned environmental topics, and I of course know that this is a very, very important topic, well, worldwide now, but specifically here in the region, for having among the most polluted places on this continent. I'm just wondering, how do you go about, what's the tone of reporting on environmental stories currently?
In North Macedonia.
In North Macedonia, of course. Well, in your show.
I think that if it is not the most challenging chapter during accession negotiations of a candidate country, North Macedonia is not aspiring, it's still candidate country. They have recently started accession talks with the EU. Then it is maybe the most expensive chapter in terms of needs of investment in different areas related to the environment. And I think that this assumption will be definitely confirmed in the case of North Macedonia as well. There are a lot of environmental problems. Unfortunately, we in North Macedonia, but also in the wider region, we still cope with more basic issues. related to the real functional democracy. So I think that unfortunately we cannot talk about having systems of a real functional democracy. So in North Macedonia, rule of law, fight against corruption, the independence and the efficiency of a judiciary are the most pressing issues at this stage. Environment, it is an issue, but not among the top issues. So we regularly cover those issues. Unfortunately, Skopje regularly during the winter is among the most polluted cities in the world. If not the first, then in the first 5 or 10 on the world list, which you can imagine is a good basis for stories.
And which also makes it a sort of pressing issue, doesn't it?
Absolutely. As we are approaching a new season and having in mind at the same time the energy crisis, unfortunately, I think that this might be one of the most polluted winters for the citizens of the capital of North Macedonia, which is a sad thing. Of course, we are here to point to that problem in advance, to try to raise an alarm, but also at the same time we need to face the situation in which the question on whether there will be enough energy during the winter is the first one, and then what kind of a fuel you're gonna use comes. Unfortunately.
You nodded to
Yeah, because the issues are similar. So if Skopje is not the first, then Belgrade will be. So
Belgrade is, yeah.
but I don't know. For us, that's one of the main issues that we want to address to a younger audience, that they have to say no to it, definitely, because it's something that affects everyone. So it is everything that you said are pressing issues that we're facing also in Serbia as well is the same thing. But for us, the environmental one is the one you cannot believe the most, because it affects everyone, no matter how powerful you are. So it's a very pressing one.
Is it a pressing one in coverage, like how you conceive the idea of the Constructive Institute in Scandinavia? One, because I think it's one of those issues where you sort of can come up with suggestions for solutions. I'm just wondering, like how in the approach of constructive journalism you approach environmental issues and suggest various solutions. So how do you go about?
I mean, when it comes to, for example, climate coverage, it could be easily. It could easily end up with me thinking, listening to the radio, watching television, reading an article in a newspaper, that I would tend to say to myself, well, I think I'll commit suicide now because everything is going totally wrong and there's no help anywhere to this. But I mean, if you do journalism and try to find the good examples, trying to find people who actually try to find solutions to the climate challenge, trying to change their transportation behaviors, trying to change. I mean, we had a story in Denmark some months ago about different municipalities. Why is all buses driven on electricity in this part of the country and not in this part of the country? Why not in all of the country? And I mean, if they can do it here, why can't they do it there? And so on. And we had another story with, it's not about climate, but about doctors, for example. We talked about that earlier today. Even though Denmark is only covering 44,000 square kilometers of the earth, I mean, it's a very small country. There is outskirts, and there is problems having doctors in the outskirts of the country. And then I had a colleague a couple of years ago, he asked himself, I wonder how they do that in Norway. I mean, Norway being so big, so long with thousands of kilometers from the one end to the other end of the country. How do they do this? And he traveled to the northern part of Norway and found out how they attract young doctors to move their families, to move themselves, and to actually solve the problems having doctors on hospitals and local clinics and so on. And I mean, it was just copy and paste and doing exactly the same. And now it's about to be solved in the same way in Denmark. And I think that constructive journalism is very much about copy and paste, because there's a lot of good ideas around in the world. I mean, BBC, they have a fantastic concept on the BBC World Radio saying BBC fixing the world. Yeah. Trying to go out in the world, see, we have a problem here in Britain. Could we find somewhere else in the world where they actually have solved this problem? And can we use that solution here as well? I mean, that's a great concept.
That's a great statement. We come exactly to 15 minutes before the end of this debate. And we, of course, this is also about like it ideally copy pasting solutions you're suggesting.
May I just
media to the extent of the possible.
May I just add one thing?
Please.
If you want to know more about this and concrete examples, especially on debates and new debating tools, there's this little book called Listen Louder, and you can find it at the Constructive Institute website. It's constructiveinstitute.org. It's very easy to find, and then you search for Listen Louder, and you'll find this. You can get a free PDF copy of this book. It's written by me. It's written by Anne-Katrine. It's written by a colleague from the Danish reading newspaper Politiken. It's written by a colleague from The Guardian and from Süddeutsche Zeitung. And it was presented at a conference in Bonn back in June. And also at the website, there's a lot of footage from that conference in June in Bonn with a lot of discussions on how to do constructive journalism. If you want to know more, if you want to watch more about this. So that's
perfect. As we're speaking about copy pasting, I think it's perfectly legitimate.
Exactly.
Mention the website.
Yeah, I also wanted to say an example. We're doing now a series of articles about the air pollution, and you can find someone who does it better than you. So we have partnered up with an institute that investigates renewable energies. So we're writing with them about an act that's very important about air quality in Belgrade. So you can either do that, find someone who is an expert in this field, partner up with them, and then try to come up with different solutions that they know more about than you do.
But that's
very short. Yeah, very short.
No, it's correct, because that's what leading debates is all about.
Both colleagues from Denmark and Norway used to work with the public broadcasters. And this is very important when we talk about the way they approach the topics and the constructive journalism and the solution-oriented journalism. Unfortunately, in my country, the public broadcaster is very weak. And I think that we should not forget that aspect as well.
Which ties to political culture, which ties to state institutions, and so on, of course. But still, 50 minutes left. I would like to open and you were the first one, the fastest one, actually. Could the microphone be brought to the gentleman here?
Short observation, short question. I mean, it's wonderful. And talking about constructive and solution-oriented journalism, but I have a question for Kurt. And I'm referring to Anderson's tale, Emperor's New Clothes. In this part of the world, we love to have the role of journalist exactly like the little boy who told the audience that the emperor has no clothes. But I mean, how to avoid the risk of becoming a butler to dress the emperor and to show where to buy the clothes?
That is, as Anne-Katrine put it, that is to remember the word critical. I mean, we should not do constructive journalism without having problems to be constructive on. I mean, we should dig out problems. We should show the problem. What are the main problems in society? What do we need to be discussed in the public, and so on. And then we could add some solutions on this. But of course, we should be as critical as possible in every aspect when we are doing journalism. Without that, it doesn't make sense.
Ina was first.
Hi, thank you guys. Very interesting talk. I think I'm picking up on something Marina was talking about the young generation and how this question of how the news comes to you. When we create this really interesting in-depth stuff that's not just people yelling at each other or disaster journalism and has solutions, and we want to reach the younger generation, I don't know about you, but my very small news outlet, Unbiased the News, we're relying a lot on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, places where the algorithm can change from one day to the next, where all of a sudden, where you had a very active and engaged commenting community, they disappear overnight because you did something wrong. And I suppose even with TV, you're trying to reach, in some cases, their YouTube. So how are we supposed to cope with this young generation that is not really that critical about what the algorithm does from day to day, doesn't maybe miss you if you disappear from their feed, and still get this in front of them, especially when today, now you can buy a check mark. I think this also really disfavors minority languages, small countries, small independent outlets that can't keep up with the, now it's $8 a month, now it's $25 an ad, et cetera, et cetera. So how are you guys coping with that challenge, or are you trying to find other ways to reach your audiences?
Well, yeah, as I mentioned, we try to train them in a way to go directly to the website, which is the thing that they are doing. This is why I connected all of this to the aesthetic. You have to make them. We also at one point made an Android app, so it would be more user-friendly for them. You try to approach them in any way as possible. And we have, for example, for Instagram, so we wouldn't get dropped and lost from their feed, we have a strict strategy that we publish 3 posts every day. That's like, even if, I don't know, our office is burning, we are doing this. So you have to do this. And also you have to ask them questions, which I already mentioned, but you have a lot of features that you can use through social media. We like using the poll part in Instagram stories and so on. So you ask them questions, they answer and so on. This is how you engage them, and how the thing when you become obsolete never happens. If you are lost, they want to reach out to you. We had a type of an attack of our Instagram page. It was a month ago. All of our followers were very, very upset because of this. So you have to maintain contact with them, definitely, and also show them that the website is their first address, definitely. Yeah, hope this answers.
There was one other question, Valeriana there, and John then afterward.
Thank you. For me, this idea of constructive and solution-oriented journalism is very interesting, and I would like to know, maybe on a practical level, is there space there for media outlets and journalists to build alliances and coalitions with other actors in society? For example, if we consider environment, I don't know, maybe with academia, with NGOs, civil society, interest groups, diaspora, and so on and so forth. And how can outlets do this, and how can they be supported, maybe even from donors, to build these alliances? And then maybe they will also translate into better relationship with audiences as well. Thank you.
That's part of what it is about, isn't it? Good.
I have an example from Denmark where 5 local media in a region of Denmark, they made a kind of campaign up to local elections 2 years ago. No, 1 year ago, because they have discovered that especially young people between 18 and 25, they tended not to vote because they couldn't, I mean, what is this about? Can I mirror myself into what is being discussed in a local election campaign? And the 5 media, which all are competitors on a daily basis, they decided to go together and really do stories, really trying to explain for younger people what this is about, why it was important for them to be part of this election as well. And again, you cannot be sure because they have not had resources to do qualified research after the election, but they could see that the number of young people participating in the election in that part of in that region was higher than in other regions, and it was significantly higher than it was at the election 4 years earlier. So maybe it was because of that, maybe it was because of the focus. We don't know actually, but again, you can try, and maybe it would work, maybe it would not work.
Katrin, you wanted to say something there?
Because explainers are also a very important part of constructive journalism, and also being in contact with the public. So in NRK, we have started what we call NRK Replies, and that is actually an agreement with a lot of scientists and people that really know. It started during the COVID, where we saw that the audience had a lot of questions and we couldn't answer all the questions. So we were making appointment with a lot of academics and scientists, and they were coming to us, answering a lot of questions, and the audience were writing. And we now use it, of course, for our website, but also in our TV news, radio news. We use the questions in making better journalism for our audience. And I think that's an important part of constructive journalism, is being in contact, as you said you were, with your audience as well. It's a very important part of it, not just sitting up there trying to, And it seems like we all know the answers, but because we don't.
Thank you. John, over here, please, the microphone. The second row, the gentleman.
Thank you very much. I was very interested in this session and to learn about solution-oriented journalism, because I write for The Economist magazine, and we've been doing this for decades, because we very rarely identify a problem without trying to offer some kind of solution, maybe not in the shorter news stories, but certainly in things like briefings that we do, we look at that. I'd like to make an observation and then ask a question, particularly to Kurt. When you go into solution-oriented journalism, there is a price to be paid, and that price is any pretense at objectivity. Now, we accept that. We don't pretend to be objective. We're opinionated, and we're opinionated even within our news coverage. But is that an acceptable price to pay?
The director of the Constructive Institute in Denmark, he is also a former director at the news department at the Danish Broadcasting Corporation. So he has been director for me when I worked with the Danish Broadcasting Corporation, and we had some 20 years ago, maybe 25 years ago, we had a lot of discussions on objectivity, because I claimed that we should stop talking about objectivity. We should admit that, of course, when we do journalism, we are subjective because we pick and choose, but we have, of course, to do it in a decent way. We have to be fair, we have to be balanced and all that stuff. And then we met again at the Constructive Institute. He was a director there as well, and I was a fellow. And we restarted the discussion on objectivity because he still claims that you can do constructive journalism and still be objective. And I say, I'm not sure that you can do that, because as you just said, there's I mean, when you start pointing out specific solutions, then you tend to be maybe a kind of a activist in this. You maybe would be seen as a campaigner for a specific solution. And I think that's okay. But you have to be very open about it. You have to be very transparent about it. You have to say to your readers, just as the regional newspaper I mentioned in Denmark earlier in this panel. They are, for example, we have a bridge between two parts of Denmark, the Great Belt Bridge, a 20 kilometers long bridge connecting two parts of Denmark, and it costs like in euros, like 40 euros to pass the bridge when you come in your car, for example. And they have a campaign and they argue that if we should have more growth in our part of Denmark, it's necessary that it's free passing the bridge. It's free to go with your car on the bridge to the other part of the country. And I mean, they are campaigning this, but they are very open with this. And they say, we have taken a stand in this discussion, and we are not trying to cover the arguments against this because we have this stand. I think it's okay as long as they are open about that. But of course, that's a very important discussion. Where are the limit for when is it not journalism anymore? When is it opinion? Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah, because I think that's the reason why we in NRK didn't call it solution-based journalism, or we decided that constructive journalism is have a content that is kind of, we have nuances, we have debates, we have dialogue, we have a lot of things in that, and solution-based is only a small part of it. So because I agree with you. I mean, there are a lot of problems if you are going on just solution-based journalism. And for me, constructive journalism is a lot more, and solution is a small part of it. Mm.
There is another question here in the second row. Oh, no, sorry.
First of all, I'm Nursun Erel from Turkey. First of all, a small comment. If you were in my shoes nowadays in Turkey, you would be feeling very optimistic about your future as a journalist. And then secondly, as a follow-up for Vasco's mention, a question for Catherine. Since the television is a public-owned one, don't you have any rating pressures? And what about the other private-owned televisions? Do they feel the same, or they are not that courageous to have such a radical shift in accordance with the debate programs, for example? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You're right. We do follow our ratings, and we do follow them very, very much. So we are afraid of that people will not watch our debate programs. And what I told you about the change in one of the debate programs is in addition to, it's not instead of the other debate formats. So we do it as a kind of experiment to see if we can do it different, but we don't take out the other ones. We're not that brave. So in a way, you're right. We do both in a while. And our TV2, it's our main kind of commercial TV station in Norway. They are not doing that much debates, but they are during the election, of course. Then they have lower rates than we have. We have in Norway, we have 80%. Yeah, it's too much. Never. Yeah, we have a really high trust in the society, and we have very high rates. So that's why we could do it probably as well. But we see that we want to do more of it, but we still have the other programs as well.
And you have so much money to work with.
Yeah, and the other keyword, trust of the society, of course. There was a question, half-filled.
Hello, hi. Ferdinand Koenig from the EU office in Sarajevo, Bosnia-Herzegovina. I just wanted to take up a point made by Marina Zetz, which, and I paraphrase somewhat, but saying that we need to have someone to blame. We need to know who is at fault. And this is also actually something that the colleague earlier in the first question pointed to as well. And it's something that we, of course, all the time when we're asked is, who is at fault here? Now, I'd be really interested in your opinion. Surely in such a polarized environment as exists in the Western Balkans, actually pointing fingers is counterproductive, because the people you're pointing fingers at will get all their networks to fire back, and then you get into a slanging match, which actually means that the solutions are not discussed. So actually, surely it's in the Western Balkans rather than in, say, Scandinavia, where constructive journalism has its most potential.
Yeah, that's why I say we're not political, because we don't point fingers in that manner. And we try to write as many articles so they have different points of view, in order not to make it a debate program and a fighting match and something like that. So it is very complex, and these are all the issues that we have to work around in order to, in the end of the day, inform properly our audience. So I understand the question, but it's something that we're trying to, I don't know, make it all happen at the same time. But still, if it's an institution, I think you have every right as a journalist to say, oh, this institution is not doing, that's what I meant, not personally, this, I don't know, John Doe doesn't do his work. But in the other sense that this institution is not working properly, this is what I meant when I said pointing fingers. Yeah.
Is there any immediate question? Otherwise, we are at already some minutes over time. Otherwise, I would wrap up here. And so close this panel, please. A very last applause for the great panelists. If this was TV, having produced a great chunk of TV, no, but a very animated debate. And I think what is, from my perspective, what is nice in this sort of debates is that people tend to actually listen and to answer the questions, which is different from many politicians' debates. Anyway, in a few minutes, there will be the EU Investigative Journalism Awards, to which I invite you all to stay, because it's about a lot of interesting projects. As you probably know, the EU Investigative Journalism Awards aim to celebrate and promote the outstanding achievements of journalists, as well as improve the visibility and the quality of journalism here in the region. And there is, and I hope that I'm still on, an important detail for tomorrow morning, as many of you have early flights going out of Tirana. This is really a logistical detail you all have to know, absolutely. Please, we ask you to check out at the hotel, whether you be at another hotel or here, before the panels later. And you can leave, of course, your luggage there, or even in the transfer bus, and to come here with already being checked out, because that allows you to stay until the very end of the debates tomorrow. And also another thing for tomorrow. Today you signed a list for your presence. You'll have to do that again tomorrow. So that is, I think, about the technical details. I, for my side, sign out for today. I've spoken more than enough, I think, and I wish you all a great evening, a wonderful award ceremony, and see you back tomorrow. Thank you.
Names. Hello, everybody. I don't know if you can hear me. Welcome back to this last session, which is also very, very important for today, which are the award ceremony for the EU Investigative Awards. This is a program that started from 2015, and its main aim is to promote investigative journalism and, of course, to strengthen the visibility of quality journalism in the 6 EU Western Balkan countries and also in Turkey. Here today will be almost EU. Today we'll deliver altogether differently from the past years, the awards for the all 6 Western Balkan countries together. And we are very happy that this will serve as an opportunity for you to meet each other and to perhaps have the opportunity to exchange more about challenges, but also impact that you have had through your work. Before going in more details about how the ceremony will be organized, I'll give the floor to Ms. Michela Matuela, that is the acting Western Balkan Director for Western Balkan at DGNIR. Again, from this morning for whoever join us later. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. It's a pleasure to be back. And first of all, congratulations on what I understand, talking to some of you for a very interesting discussion throughout the day. And I cannot think of a better conclusion of the day than through this award ceremony. Christina has already explained the background, the history, the objective of the award. Let me just confirm from our side. This is really a very important instrument through which we want to recognize, praise, and of course, promote and support investigative journalists. The importance of it cannot be emphasized enough. There are, and we will see through the very impressive list of colleagues that have been considered let's say, deserving this important award, that we have a lot of very highly professional journalists that also have shown determination, courage, because that's what it takes, of course, for investigative journalists to uncover maybe sometimes difficult realities, but of course that need to be told. And that's a very important contribution for the democratic processes in all of our countries. So very happy to be here for this ceremony and looking very much forward to meeting a lot of these very well-deserving colleagues. Thanks.
Thank you. And to be honest, even in the past years, when we organized local ceremonies, I feel the obligation to do this explanation that, and I know even from this year, that all the jurors in all the countries had very, very difficult tasks. Yes, the journalists that will be awarded today have done a great job, but there are many others who deserve our recognition. And even though the awards for Turkey will be announced later on this month, I still need to recognize their courage, especially in the difficult situation that they are. As we said, this is the first time that the ceremony is
being done for the 6 Western Balkan countries together. So unfortunately, we'll not have enough time to hear and to present all the jury members, but also to give the opportunity to all the winners. But I think the ceremony, the reception that will come after that will give us that opportunity. As this is a regional event, we have selected or chosen only 3 of the jury members to present the awards, 2 countries per each. In each country, as you know from the past year, are 3 winning stories with 1 or more journalists, as you will learn very soon. So the jury members that will announce the awards that will be handled by Ms. Matuela for today are Albana Kasape, journalist at BBC World Service Radio, that will announce the winning articles for Albania and Kosovo. Mr. Zlatan Mosic, who is the media freedom officer at OSCE office in Bosnia and Herzegovina, who will announce the winners for Bosnia and Montenegro, and Ms. Milica Saric, who is the executive director for Center for Investigative Journalism team in Serbia, that will announce the winners for North Macedonia and Serbia. We'll start with Albana Kasape, and not only because Albania is the host country, but also alphabetically, it's your turn first. And I'll handle to you now to announce. And of course, if we can come this way, that will enable us to make the photo opportunity with the winners first of each country and later on with all the winners together. Albana.
Good evening. It's a great honor to be here. So the winners for Albania, starting from the 3rd prize, the winner is Ola Mitra. These are very long titles, but her story was a very good investigative journalism piece on this plant of chromium in Bulčiza, the environmental issues, and that kind of were linked with her story. The whole point was the chromium in this plant was extracted without a proper environmental permit. So a very important story about the environment. Congratulations. The winner for the 2nd prize is Dorian Kodra. Again, a very good investigative piece on political journalism. It will sound very Albanian, but for those in the know, there's a kind of a long title there. How is Real India monitoring phone and ID numbers, workplaces, and confidential data of some million voters in Tirana, the capital of Albania? So a very political story. So congratulations. And the winner of the 1st prize is Claudiana Lala. She wins this award for a 2nd time. And her story is titled Albanian Crime Story, Hostage to the Cocaine Supply Chain. Congratulations.
No, if you can, all together. It is quite a complex choreography today. Thank you. And
I've also had the great honor, although I was not a member of the jury for Kosovo, but with great pleasure, to announce the winners. Again, we'll start from the 3rd prize. We've got Besnik Boletini and Javid Drenori for their story Daily Contamination. The winner for the 2nd prize is Besnik Krasniqi another environmental story and politics as well. Let's clean the budget. Only men from Kosovo this year. The first prize goes to Kreshni Gashi, Visar Prebeza, the Behar Mustafa for their North File investigative piece.
Congratulations to all, and thank you, Albana, for announcing the awards. And I'll invite now the other member of the jury, that is Mr. Zlatan Musec, to announce the winners for Bosnia and then Montenegro. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, Christina, for the announcement. I will take a second so I can get all the information we want. So for Bosnia and Herzegovina, the third place goes to journalist Adna Zilic for her story, Police Uniform Requirements Tailored for Private Businessmen. Just be careful here on the steps. The second place for the EU award goes to Amarildo Gutic for his story, Battle for the Political Commissioner. And the first place goes to the team of journalists Mubarak Asani and Jelena Jevtic for their story, The Boss and Her Black Shirt Mob. Congratulations to all the winners. I also have the pleasure of announcing winning journalists from Montenegro. And for the third place, the EU award goes to Vladimir Otasevich and Marko Veshovic for The Secrets of Crime, the murder of Duško Jovanović. The second prize goes to Đurđa Radulović for the series of stories on wildfire season in Montenegro. And finally, the first prize goes to journalist Mihailo Jovović for the series of stories on secret flights of the president of Montenegro, Milo Đukanović. Again, congratulations to all the winners. Yes, we have 2 microphones. And good luck to you all. Thank you for your efforts. And thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, I'll invite Ms. Milita Saric to announce the awards for North Macedonia and Serbia.
Going way down. Okay. Hi, everybody. So it's my pleasure tonight to announce both North Macedonia and Serbia winner. And let's start. Third prize from North Macedonia goes to, please have some patience because these are like 4 names. Snežana Lupevska-Sozen, Miomir Serafinović, Biljana Nikolovska, and Emilia Misirljevski. And they are awarded for penalties for traffic accidents with fatal consequences by necessity, not by law. It's an amazing story. Actually, more stories. Sorry, multiple. Congratulations. Okay, second prize goes to Miroslava Burns. Well, and these are serious stories about case of Jaldz-Veaposka, woman in labor that lost her uterus, ovary, and kidney in Struga hospital. Those were really important stories on health issues in Macedonia. So congratulations. And the first prize goes to Irena Karevska. She is awarded for Rashkovsky Bota software for traffic fines, which the Ministry of Interior does not know about and certainly does not plan to use. Congratulations. Let's just give them a moment. Okay. Okay, for Serbia, there is a bit different situation. We have 2 winners of third prize. So let me announce it by the order I have it here. It's the first winner of third prize is Sasha Dragojlo. And he is awarded for people smuggling, money, violence, and ties to the security services. Congratulations. Second, third award goes to Aleksandar Đorđević and Miodrag Marković. Okay. I guess, Alexander, you're taking for Miodrag Marković as well. Okay, perfect. And that's for the for a series of stories on corrupt mechanism in the electric power industry of Serbia. Okay, to the second prize. Second prize goes to an amazing investigation of our colleague Jovana Gligorijević. And that's for conspiracy of silence lasted for a long time. Sexual harassment at the Petnica Science Center. Again, first prize goes to big team. 4 names, please have patience. It's Stevan Dečinović, Milica Vojinović, Bojana Pavlović, and Bojana Jovanović from Krik. They are awarded for a series of articles on Serbian gang led by Veljko Belivuk.
Please have some more patience. Congratulations to you all. But as we need to have a photo opportunity with all the winners, I will invite all the winners for all the countries to join the floor. Yeah. And also, I invite all of you to read the winning stories, and you can find the summary here, but you can also access all the full stories that were awarded today. Thank you all, and I invite all of you to join the reception and to have the opportunity to exchange with winners, but also with each other. Thank you very much. The reception will be at the restaurant here at Rockner. Thank you.